Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the Executive Committee meeting of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. At this time, I'd like to call Chaplain John forward for the invocation, pledge, and a recognition service.
Good morning. Before we go to prayer, I have some concerns that we need to lift up. On the way up here this morning, Chaplain Charlie Barnhart called me, and he fell at church last night and broke his left arm. So keep him in prayer for a healing of his wing. Those of you that have been here a while probably remember Chaplain George Grimm. He was placed on hospice care Tuesday of last week, so we need to keep him and his family in prayer. And most of you know Lois Hetz passed away, and her funeral was last week, and we need to keep Harry in prayer for that. Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, as we gather here this weekend, Father, we thank you for the safe travel you gave us this morning in this fog. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come here and to serve the service of the fire service throughout the state of Maryland. Father, and we thank you for those who dedicate their time to come here. Father, as we do the business of the association today, we ask for wisdom and knowledge to do the best for the firefighters and EMS personnel across the state. Give your blessings to this meeting and all those who participate in it. And Father, look after those who we've just talked about, Charlie Barnhart, George Grimm, and Harry Hetz. Father, comfort them, heal them, and be with them. We ask this all in your name. Amen. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, and glad everybody made it here safely, and certainly wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. And as we go forward, I want to say that before we get started. I kind of want to do something a little different this morning because we've had a few of our members pass away. We've had 4 past presidents here in the last couple months. We've had some pretty significant injuries with some of our firefighters. Of course, Baltimore City lost 2 firefighters here from their house fire. Montgomery County had a police officer that had both of his legs traumatically amputated by a knucklehead that intentionally tried to run him down. And we've had a couple suicides over the last couple months. So, and for one, if folks are wanting to know what those Crown Royal bottles are back there, if you remember, Chuck was a Crown Royal drinker. So I've asked Chaplain Long to kind of do a little bit of a remembrance service this morning, not only to remember the folks that we lost, but also for the folks that are injured that need a little healing. And at the end of it, if you're 21 or older, if you want to have a drink of Crown Royal, you can get it while he's doing his service. I'd like to have a drink on Chuck. So a little bit different, so you can your coffee can be a little hot toddy this morning. There's 3 different flavors back there. So at the end, I'd like to have a toast to everyone that we lost, if you so desire. So, and I'm going to turn it over to Chaplain Long.
This is new, so today we are going to do a special remembrance of our fallen brothers and sisters who have departed from us since the last Executive Committee meeting. We remember and pray for the families of firefighter Rodney W. Pitts, III, line of duty death, Baltimore City Fire Department, October 19th, 2023. Captain Dylan J. Rinaldo, line of duty death, Baltimore City Fire Department, October 23rd, 2023. Maryland State Firemen's Association, past president George A. Fred Cross, August 25th, 2023. Maryland State Firemen's Association, past president Charles W. Chuck Walker, September 30th, 2023. Ladies Auxiliary, the Maryland State Firemen Association past president, Lois Jean Hetz, November 16th, 2023. From the book Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, it says, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to tear down and a time to rebuild, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to scatter stones and a time to gather them, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to search and a time to give up, a time to keep and a time to throw away, a time to tear and a time to mend, a time to be silent and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. What do workers gain from their toil? I have seen the burden God has laid on the human race. He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart, yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. I know that there is nothing better for people than to be happy and to do good while they live, that each of them may eat and drink and find satisfaction in their toil. This is the gift of God. I know that everything God does will endure forever. Nothing can be added to it, and nothing can be taken from it. God does it so that people will fear him. Though our hearts miss them, our memories last forever. We can rejoice in knowing that they were placed here for this time to do what God had commissioned them to do. Let us also pray for the recovery of Montgomery County Police Officer Sergeant Patrick Koepp, who was violently attacked on October 18, 2023, while attempting to deploy stop sticks to stop a reckless speeding driver. He struck him and damaged his legs beyond repair, and they had to be amputated. Please join me in prayer. Father, we gather this morning to remember your servants who accepted your calling to serve others. Though our hearts hurt for those who you have called, we treasure the memories we have that comfort us. Father, we lift up Sergeant Patrick Koepp. Please help him with his recoveries from his horrific tragedy. Give him the strength to get adjusted to his new normal. And may we continue to serve may he continue to serve as a police officer. Amen.
Thank you, sir. And I have a couple certificates. Michelle, this one is for Fred. And it reads, we do earnestly pray that God lighten the sorrow and gives them comfort and peace, which comes from the knowledge the good in life shall inherit eternal happiness. So that's for your dad and your family. So, and I also have one for Sharon, but I don't know if she's here, for Chuck. So I also have resolutions for him as well. So I'll take care of that. So again, welcome this morning. And I appreciate your indulgence with that. Like I say, if you want to have a little sip on Chuck back there, it's back there for you at the table. And I will turn it back over to Mr. Jewell.
Any other comments? Opening?
No. My report's submitted. I do have a couple things actually before we do that. Believe it or not, we didn't have AEDs in our vehicles and stuff. So if you look at my report this morning, you'll notice that I've purchased AEDs to go at 17 State Circle, also at the Crofton office, and each one of the cars will have one, including the ladies. So they're on order. I also have Another Christmas present to go in each one of the vehicles are little trauma bags. So they will go in each one of the vehicles, as well as 17th Street Circle in Crofton as well. And our handyman, Mr. Skip Carey, has got some heavy-duty tools. I'll let him roll those out. And then just food for thought, Snow Hill has said there's a conflict with their meeting, or a meeting in February. So we're in the process of looking for another location. So I will get that out to you as soon as I can. So that location will be moving. It'll still be on the Eastern Shore, but we're trying to isolate a spot for it. This flag, if you want to know what this is, this was given during MIMS's 50-year celebration from the Memorial Foundation. It will also go down to 17th State Circle, but I wanted everybody to see it. So I want to thank the foundation for providing that for us. So that will be, once we can find some wall space, Mr. Phillips, that will go down there in addition to, like I say, the bag and an AED. So we're moving forward. So I appreciate everybody's time, and thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can certainly tell that the President of the Association is a paramedic. Thank you, Eric. Okay, I'd like to introduce Dan Plunkett, President of the Westminster Fire Engine and Hose Company No. 1, for a welcome.
Good morning. On behalf of the officers and members of the Westminster Fire Engine Hose Company No. 1, we'd like to welcome you to Westminster. It's our honor to be your host for this weekend, and we wish you a successful weekend of executive session. The Westminster Fire Department and MSA share a rich history together. We were one of the 12 original charter members back in 1893. There were several conventions, 6 in total, of the MSFA held here in Westminster. At lunchtime, we're going to have the museum open. I encourage you to go over. For those who weren't here last night, we brought some things down from upstairs related to MSFA. We have several ribbons from the late 1800s as far back, commemorating the conventions that were held here in town. 5 of our members have served as presidents of the association. Edwin Lawyer in 1895. A neat thing about Edwin, for those of you that aren't into the history, he was president here as well as the MSFA. He was also the first Maryland State Fire Marshal, and we have his dress hat in our museum, so be sure to look at that. Pretty neat stuff. John Cunningham was the 8th president in 1901. Oscar Gilbert, 23rd in 1918. Frank Schaefer, 42nd in 1935. And our life member, Bob Cumberland, was president in 1987. And we have another member, Charles Simpson, who's walking through the chairs as we speak. So congratulations to those folks, and thanks for your service. Our history goes back even farther. We were chartered in 1823, and this is our 200th year. And that was part of us offering to host this time for you folks. I want to thank those of you that participated in our muster parade back in October. Although it truly rained on our parade, we had a good time, and thanks for everybody that participated in that. Again, our museum will be open at lunchtime for anybody that would like to see that. Unfortunately, our crown jewel, which is a 1924 city service truck, has been in restoration for 5 years, and we're disappointed it's not here, but all the ladders are. So that's why there's a pile of ladders in there. The truck's not here yet, but we have 2 hose carts and a 4-wheel hose carriage from the late 1800s. Some of them, we're not sure exactly which ones, were at the Baltimore Fire. There's also a proclamation back there from the mayor of Baltimore thanking us for coming to participate in that event. So a lot of neat history over there if you're into that kind of thing. Again, anything we need to do for you, let us know. Restrooms are to my right in this hallway. We're going to maintain the beverages back here all day. Lunch will be served around 12 o'clock. Okay. Anything you all need, let any one of us from Westminster know about it. And again, good luck for a successful convention.
Well, Dan, don't run away, because I got some stuff to add to your museum.
Okay.
So as you know, this was culmination of their 200th anniversary, and we're very honored to be here. So I want to give you a special recognition plaque for your department to hang on your wall. So I'll give you that. But I think when you get to milestones, sometimes a plaque just doesn't do. So I'm going to give you that to add to your museum piece as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dan, and congratulations to Westminster, and thank you for the honor of being involved in those events. That was a great time. Okay, also like to introduce Susan Mott, representing the Carroll County Volunteer Fire and Emergency Services Organization. Susan? Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I'd also like to introduce my treasurer, Mary Jo Fiddler, and my secretary, Mary Ann Redline.
Very good, and thank you for the hospitality being in Carroll County. And I believe I saw Chief Mike Robinson.
Good morning, and on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners of Carroll County, I bring you greetings. It's an honor and a privilege to be here as a previous executive committee member for a few years, and great to be here at Westminster. The Department of Fire and EMS began operations this past summer. We now have 157 career personnel staffing 7 fire stations within Carroll County, and we've also started an ALS chase car system. Our primary responsibility is to create a combination system, and if you look around the state, most combination systems have simply come in and evolved into primarily career systems. That's not even on our radar screen here. Our goal is to preserve the volunteer fire service, and Westminster really epitomizes what the volunteer fire service is here in Carroll County. They're our largest company. They're in an urban environment, and last year they ran over 6,000 responses out of one station. We currently have 8 people on a shift here. They work together every day with the volunteer company. We have an integrated chain of command, and I'd like to let everybody know that the volunteer chiefs are still in charge of their companies in the majority of operations. We do have a shift commander on duty every day now, and our future is by this time next year we'll have 250 people, and we're going to make data-driven decisions along with the commissioners to decide where we're going. So make no mistake, we are here to commit and assure the continuity of the volunteer fire service in Carroll County. And the other part of my job is to make sure they're adequately supported. And we're in budget season, and like the rest of the state, we're going to be challenged. But our priority is to make sure the needs are in place so we can continue to do what we do as a combination system. So it's an honor and privilege to be here today. I'll be talking to you later this afternoon with Bob Rose about some certification board things. So I wish you the best for a very positive weekend and carrying out the critical business of the MSFA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, recognition of our officers and guests. Second Vice President Charlie Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have with us today, in addition to the officers already spoken, our President Eric Smothers, our First Vice President Skip Carey, myself as the Second Vice President. We have our Secretary Doyle Cox, the Financial Secretary Mitch Voke, Chief Chaplain John Long, our Parliamentarian Richard Brooks, and our Attorney Mike Farlow. From the Board of Trustees, we have Chairman Doug Alexander, Robbie Blackston, Tom Mattingly, Jeff Clements, and Teresa Collins. Past presidents. Gentlemen, if you would please stand when I call your name. Our junior past president, Ben Kurtz, from okay, I got you on the wrong place here, Ben. Okay. And 2022-2023. Joel McCrae, 2021-2022. Richard Blair, 2018-2019. Mark Bilger, 2017-2018. John Denver, 2012-2013. Doyle Cox, 2010-2011. Frank Underwood, 2008-2009. Bobby Jacobs, 2004-2005. Gene Worthington, 2002-2003. Steve Cox, 1996-1997. Gee. Okay. Bernie Smith, 1991-1992. I showed him some respect. And our senior past president, Bob Cumberland, 1987-1988, and also a member of Westminster here for 60 years. So. I might add that today's my 52nd year with Westminster, but Bob nor I are charter members. So just pass that along. He's closer. Okay. From our partner agencies, I have Mike Cox from Maryland Fire Rescue Institute. Dr. Delbridge from the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems. Got it all out. And Rebecca Gilmore from the Shock Trauma Center. And I also have with us First Sergeant Jeff Leppert from the Maryland State Police Aviation. And I might add that Jeff is also the fire chief of the Westminster Fire Engine and Hose Company. Welcome to you all. Is MDEM here?
Yeah. Bill Hildebrand is representing
Oh,
MDEM.
Bill Hildebrand from MDEM. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bill. Welcome. Also have with us from the Ladies Auxiliary to the Maryland State Firemen's Association, the president, Gene Main, and the second junior president, Joan Kramer. Welcome. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Okay, officers' reports. President Smothers.
I said I've already submitted my report. I'll just give you some of the highlights. Part of that was the trinkets that I rolled out this morning. But we did have an opportunity, Kate, myself, and Jonathan, with our recruitment and retention efforts here that we have going on in the state, and I think they're going along pretty good, because it seems like when I go different places, folks are telling me, hey, we're bringing new members in and we like what you're doing. And there's probably some pockets that we still need to try to reach out to. But the West Virginia State Firemen's Commission invited us to come out to their neck of the woods out in Canaan Valley here on Thursday to kind of highlight what we do for recruitment and retention. It was very well received. If they could, they would probably try to inherit Jonathan to stay out there, but I told him he was ours, so we made sure we were going to keep him, as well as Kate. I mean, the presentation went very well, and it's always good to reach out to the partner agencies and associations. They look at our website. We hired a new website designer. And Kate will give you some more information about him and how we're going to move forward to update our web profile and so forth going forward. And I think that's very important for departments. A lot of departments or people look at our website through MSFA eyes. So the Maryland.org that you see on the posters around the state, all that stuff links back to your county department. And if the stuff is stale, just like as we explained to them out in West Virginia, if you got pictures on there that are 2 years old, 3 years old, or you hadn't even updated your officers from 2 years ago, people aren't going to your website. So you want to keep that fresh. And that's one of the things that we're going to do with our website. It's going to look totally different in a few months as we go forward. It's not going to happen overnight, but we're already starting to lay the groundwork for the back end. So I really want to highlight that and emphasize that for the departments. You really need to go back and update your website and your platform. So if you're not on Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, and whatever else is out there, and Jonathan had a whole litany of other stuff that I wasn't even aware of, you really got to take the gloves off when you bring new folks in and let them kind of take the reins with that. Same way as chief officers, we shouldn't want to stay in the positions that we are. We ought to be looking behind us to see who's coming to take our seat. And that was one of the things that we emphasized also. I mean, they've got fire chiefs out there that have been in their positions 15, 20, and 25 years. So, yeah, we're a little bit stuck in our ways, but you got to also be able to want to have growth in your department. And sometimes letting the new folks take the reins and give them a little bit of authority and let them do stuff, that's going to be a plus. So that's what we talked about out in West Virginia. The rest of the stuff I have is on my report. I certainly look forward to going forward into next year with our initiatives. I want to say thank you to all of our executive board members and committee members that make the wheels on the bus keep rolling. There's a lot of moving parts. And I think the folks in West Virginia they kind of their eyes kind of glazed over with all the stuff that they're doing. They couldn't imagine what we do here. And that speaks volumes to what each and every one of you do, including our partners. They couldn't understand that workmanship between the trauma centers, between EMS, between training, and how it all linked together. They're just trying to figure that out. And we've got a template that a lot of people looked at us to do. So I want to say thank you, and hope we have a good meeting the rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr. President. First Vice President Skip Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be here for a lot of reasons. For me, primarily for the history that's involved here, because what's past is prologue. Very true, very true. My report's filed electronically. A couple of the highlights. One of the pleasures of being second vice and first vice president to me is traveling all over the state. Granted, sometimes it's not a comfortable trip. Yesterday wasn't in the rain, but you get to see a lot of the state that you wouldn't have. You get to meet a lot of people in that. Walking in the museum last night was wonderful. The first thing I saw was a full complement of wooden ground ladders, including a Bangor. That's what was on the first ladder truck that I was assigned to, 49 La France. Don't say anything, Cox. No. So consequently, when Chairman Jewell reported that our president was definitely EMS, a road doctor, because he got us all the road doctor stuff, I got assigned by him to get us a forcible entry tool for the vehicles in case we pull up on a car engulfed in flame, windows up, doors locked. How can we get them in? So I reverted back to my history. And we now have a mini Halligan for each one of our officers' cars. It will not ward off deer, nor vans, I will say, nor vans, either one. But these are theirs, one they're labeled. Now this one happens to be LAMSFA. So everybody's got one. But thank you for the chance, once again, of serving you. This organization is unbelievable. You look out here and you watch everybody talk and everything, and we truly are a family. It's often said. But you get to speak at banquets, you get to do 9/11, the highlights since our get to associate with such unique individuals as the president, the second vice president, a couple of the executive committee, and I bring you greetings from Roger Stanger, who is home.
Yep, I have it in my
It's
notes.
been 30 days since he had his left knee replaced. Microphone in the attendance book. No. Can you hear me now? Hey! Thanks, Mom. But that's basically my report. I'm here to serve you. I am going to be a candidate in June for first vice president. I've been told I have to announce that at every. No, wait a minute. What am I running for? Yeah.
The door here shortly if you're not careful.
I'm going to sit down. I've made enough of. I've made a fool of myself, so here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President Carey.
Mark, you're going to need some help, buddy. You're going to need some help.
Vice President Simpson.
What an act to follow. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. It is an honor to be here. It's a pleasure to be here in the station that I started at, and to be able to celebrate with you all our 200th anniversary and all of the artifacts and so on that we have, that we've gained, we've collected over the years. Since Ocean City, I've done a lot of traveling, and it's been fun all over the state, and more to go and more places to go. But it's interesting. I thought as an instructor with MIFRE and my time with MDEM and so on like that I'd gotten around quite a bit. But it's even more fun now. More places, more things to do. I continue to work at the direction of the president, hesitantly the first vice president, but we get a lot done. Oh, watch that Halligan tool. Okay, but we get a lot done. We're doing a lot moving forward, and I thank all of the officers, all the past presidents, and those that have worked with me, given me advice, and allowed me to continue this challenge, and look forward to working with you all in the upcoming years. As announced, I'm running for first vice president. I don't know if I'll have any competition or not, but I do look forward to serving you again in the future. Thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Enjoy your weekend in Westminster.
Thank you, Vice President Simpson. Executive Director Kate.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Just wanted to give a brief update. My report was filed electronically. I just finished the updates to it last night, so you do not have a copy in front of you, so I apologize. Is it online for you? Yes. Okay, thank you. So just some updates. The Commission to Advance and Strengthen Firefighting and Emergency Medical Services within Maryland. We met at our final meeting on November 21st to review the final draft of the report. The Commission is excited for the report to be released. They will release it first to the General Assembly for review, and then we will be able to distribute it to our contacts as we see fit. We're hopeful that the findings will help educate lawmakers on the various needs of the Maryland Fire Service, and that the recommendations will be favorably received. So once we start getting into legislative session, we'll be requiring a lot of hands on deck for some of the things that we've put in for recommendations, and I'm sure Chief Phillips will expand on that in his report. The MSFA weekly reports continue to be a useful tool to update our member companies on what's going on across the state. So if you have anything of importance that needs to be put into the report to be disseminated to your counties and your regional jurisdictions, please let me know. Usually by the Thursday of the week, by Friday morning, Friday afternoon is usually sent out. So please let me know if there's anything that needs to be updated. I'm working with Austin Christner, who is our new web technician. He is going to be uploading the last 6 months of the report to the website, and anything prior to that will be archived. So if you need to reference anything, of course, you can reach out to me for any additional copies, but if you need to go back any further, those will be up there for 6 months. The SAFER grant. So we've been busy. Our main website is currently under construction or reconstruction. The general template has been chosen and much of the content has been reviewed. It's been a little bit of a process because we've needed to go through a lot of the pages, see what was going to stay, see what was going to be archived, see what updated information needed to be revamped. The final product will be a more user-friendly platform with a streamlined look, updated resources across all the committees and programs. So what we envision is that it will be compartmentalized into boxes on the home page rather than all these little links all over the place that kind of are difficult to find after 4 years of stuff being just kind of thrown onto the website. So it will be organized and everything will be a lot easier to find. Second, we've completed the first round of marketing scholarship program. This program assisted 65 member departments in the creation and purchase of event marketing, including tents, backdrops, table covers, and flag packages. The value of this package was $1,200, so the department could go in and use their shopping page to choose the items that they wish to purchase up to $1,200 that we would cover. And we did find that some departments actually went above and beyond and spent some of their own money for some additional items. So we will be offering another program in March. So any of the departments that did not get in with the 65 will be able to take part of it in March. We already have 12 departments already in the queue waiting for the next round. We've seen some posts on Facebook, thanking the MSFA for their assistance in getting these items. So it was a really positive program. And thanks to the above-mentioned marketing program, the MarylandVolunteer.org website had many updates to content, to profile information to make sure that those recruiter contacts were updated, because we found that a lot of the leads from the website were going to emails that were no longer in service. So it was a twofold program. Utilizing SAFER funds, a regional roadside marketing campaign ran from September 24th to November 24th. Some of you have seen the Maryland Volunteer posters, or 10, I guess they're 8 by 10s, or no, I'm sorry, 10.5 by 22 posters that have been around the state, strategically placed in every region. Analytics from the website showed a 12% increase in leads during this time frame, and it helped that the last week of leads were during the holiday travel. We look forward to another campaign in the spring of 2024. We may move some of the locations around, but most of them will stay the same. We're looking at holding a newly designed 2-day recruitment/retention officer course, which will be offered through Mission CIT across all 5 regions throughout 2024. So instead of having one, boot camp or recruitment and retention forum like we had in September, we're going to host at hopefully either the MIFRE offices or the county regional training centers. We're going to be offering this course, so more information on that will follow. I just received the proposal yesterday. And of course, we're going to, talk to Jonathan and his group at the Recruitment and Retention Committee and make sure that this program is something that we feel is appropriate. The SAFER regional coordinators will also be working with the regional MIFRE and county training centers to host the MSFA mentorship program training. A lot of the departments have, reached out and said, we want to get this mentorship program up and running. We're just not sure how. So we're going to host those as well. The program guide is posted on the MSFA website on the recruiter portal if you have not had a chance to look at the mentorship guide yet. 2024 convention. So we at the office are already in convention mode. I know we have the report submitted by Ron. I think he's going to be here tomorrow to give his report. But the RFP for instructors has been announced. We already have 6 submissions for classes for next year. And in the next few weeks, I'm going to be working with Austin to get all of the platforms set up on the website to get them relaunched. The program book ad submissions, sponsorships, the event schedule, and the booth registration. So those will be up hopefully by the end of the year. The recruitment contact information line has been added to the credentials form. Capturing this information will allow us to maintain a database of recruiters so that we can coordinate with them. We can let them know of trainings. So we're communicating directly with the recruiters in each region jurisdiction. Finally, the nearest update. This has been something that is coming down from USFA, so they're going to be releasing this new program that will eventually update NFIRS. It's been asked that we mention this at every one of our meetings, so everyone is continually aware that the nearest update will be hopefully updated, but within next year. It highlights the project's advancements, attributes of the new framework, showcases the benefits to the new system. So there will be a new webinar on December 14th. I've included the link on my report, so if you need it, just reach out and I could send that to you. It's really important that we educate ourselves on this new program, because once NFIRS goes away, NERIS is going to be its replacement, and it's going to be a little bit of a process to get everybody on the same page with it. So the more you educate yourself about it now, the easier it'll be once we roll over to the new program. So that's pretty much all that I have. If anybody has any questions for me.
Mark?
What was the total number of responses you got back from the survey?
It was over 3,000. I can get that number for you. It's in my, I'd have to check my emails, but from the Maryland Department of Labor, it was 3,200, I believe, in that area.
Thank you.
So, and the majority of them were volunteers, which was nice to see.
Kate, the
Yes.
new program for NFIRS, are they looking at being able to get data out of it for the local departments? I mean, it's nice to have the new program, but a lot of departments rely on that for their FEMA grants, their end of year reports and stuff like that, stuff that they give to county executives, city councils and stuff like that. Or are they looking at being able, on a local level, for those departments being able to get data back out of it?
Yeah, and the really cool thing about NERIS is that it's going to be real time. So it won't be waiting for information to be uploaded by regions, jurisdictions, even the departments themselves. So if you do need that kind of data and you're meeting with your legislators tomorrow, that data will be immediately available, and it will be as real time as the information, especially as the CAD uploads through the NERIS system. All of your calls will be all of your calls will be loaded almost in real time, so you'll have that data to be able to use it as you need it, from what I understand. But I would suggest sitting in on the webinar, because it is a live webinar and you can ask questions through the webinar, and the guest speakers are our USFA administrator and everybody else that's involved with FSLRI, and they will have all that information if you have more detailed questions on that.
Like I said, I listened to the first one they had, and it really didn't seem like they were. I mean, they kept saying that it's live data and stuff like that, but the departments need to be able to get the data back out easily, for their own use and stuff like that.
And I think that's what Dr. Lori Moore Merrill was talking about, was that that was one of the reasons why they were going to the new system in the real-time world, so that the departments could use the data as they needed, when they needed it, and not 3 months or 6 months down the road, that they would have it in real time.
Okay.
Any other questions for Kate? Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Secretary's report. Vice President Doyle.
Good morning. You should have a copy of my report with you. Just to hit a couple of items. One of your action items today will be the approval of the minutes from. Is it on now? Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. The approval of the minutes from August the 26th and 27th, which you should have received a copy back a month or so ago.
Okay, do we want to take action on it this time? Any questions? Motion by Randy, second Bill. Any further discussion? Call for the question. All in favor, signal by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you heard this morning, we recognized Westminster for 200 years of dedicated service. Any department, and I've said this at every meeting, I believe, if you know of a company in your area, please let us know so we can get the appropriate certificate, plaque, whatever to them to recognize their years of service. Most of you have received a copy of the 2023-24 directory. If anyone needs any additional copies, let me know, and we can get them to you. As Kate indicated, reference to the credentials, the credential form will be put online January the 1st. Need each one of you to go to your departments in your area, and let's see if we can get 100% this year. You know, it's vital that we get this information, so push them to get the information logged in and presented on the online. Also attached to my report, you'll find a form. It's the member informational form. You know, the members that's serving on the committees. I have copies available for every committee chair to pass out to their individual members of the different committees. I'm looking for the name, address, but most important, the email address. You know, what department are they with? Are they with a department, or are they an associate member, or are they a member of a informational group? So I need this information so we can get it updated in the in the directory for next year. With that, any questions?
Any questions for Secretary Doyle?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chaplain's report. Chief Chaplain John Long.
Good morning. I submitted my report electronically, but there's been some changes since then. Right now we have 12 known special tributes for the memorial service, and talking to Dennis Beard this morning, it's going to be going up a lot higher than that. I want to make note of one thing. A company in Montgomery County submitted their member for the memorial, and I don't just post the names for the line for deaths. I research them to make sure the person is actually deceased. And when I read his obituary, he said he had a stroke at the firehouse and died. That's kind of a line of duty death. This happened June 26th, and the fire company never took any action on that for a line of duty death. It's kind of disturbing. Most of you know, we already know, talked about Harry Hetz's wife Lois passing and Charlie Barnhart. I attended the Federation of Fire Chaplains Conference in St. Petersburg, Florida. I took the assist class while I was there, and one of the instructors for the assist class is a detective for Miami-Dade County, and he told us 50% of the suicides he investigates, the people leave a note behind, and in that note says, if someone asks me how I'm doing today, I probably won't complete the suicide today. 50% of those people in Miami-Dade County commit suicide because no one cares. No one, just simple words of saying, how you doing today? So I encourage everybody, as you greet people, ask them how they're doing in a sincere way. We're moving forward, preparing for the 2024 Federation of Fire Chaplains Conference in Annapolis. Things are moving ahead there. We hope to have a great turnout. The attendance in Florida this year was the highest it's been in a long time. So we're looking forward to having a lot of great people coming into Maryland. Continuing on memorial service, submittals are due by February 1st. Right now I have only 85 people. Doug told me that he looked at my list on the web page yesterday, and he has 11 more than what I have. So the companies haven't submitted. So please encourage your folks to submit their memorial submittals so we can get those taken care of. And I just got word this morning from Director Cox that the Essentials class has been approved by MIFRE, so we will have another Essentials class at the Lower Eastern Shore MIFRE site in March. So look for that announcement to come out and have your people that need the class sign up for it. That's all I have. Any questions?
I did make mention to the chaplain this morning, Tim Ganley, a longtime member of the Board of Review, having some very serious medical issues for those of you that know Tim. Thank you, John.
I have a
Any other
question.
questions? Sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Question. You mentioned that you get the names, but you don't post them. How do they get posted?
Wait,
The names of deceased members.
I send the list weekly into the webmasters, and the IT folks post the names. But before I post them, I make sure the person's deceased.
Okay.
It has happened. We've had people in the audience at Ocean City who saw their picture up on the memorial. Then
And I'll get with you individually, but I've received some calls from companies within Hartford Cecil where the names have been really delayed and posted,
Yep.
or names from 2022 weren't posted. Actually, one particular company, 3 people were posted this year and 2 from last year that didn't include the entire list, but they were recognized at convention. Why isn't the list at convention being posted?
there's a Steve with the old website. It was live. I could go in and change it. I have to rely on the IT folks to do the updates. It's out of my hand. Once I submit them, it's out of my hands.
So this was an issue that we identified. That's why we have Austin up and running now, and we have submitted everything that John has sent in over the last few months, and they've been updated. So if there's anything missing we need to know, well, John needs to know. But yes, that was an issue that we had. We talked about it at the last executive committee meeting, which is why we hired the web tech, and now he is up and running and doing that updates for us.
And it's probably because he's up and running, those recently got posted. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Thank you, Chaplain John. Ladies Auxiliary, President Jean Main.
Our past presidents of the Ladies Auxiliary of the Maryland State Farm Association, please stand as I speak your name. Sherilyn Worthington, 1995-1996. Rosa Mayer, 2002-2003. Sandy Lutz, 2010-2011. And Teresa Chrisman, 2011-2012. Officers present: Joan Kramer, Junior Vice President. Samantha Butterfield, Vice Chaplain. Thank you, Madam President. Our deepest sympathy to the family and friends of the LAMSFA past presidents that have passed: Joan Kramer, excuse me, Joan Cumberland, 1998 and 1999, and Lois Hess, 2008-2009.
You're not on the list yet.
No, you're not on my list. Since the last executive meeting, I have attended several banquets and memorial services, attended galas in Annapolis and the PG Tribute. I've been in the Westminster Parade and the Brunswick Veterans Day Parade. The LAMSFA conference was held in Union Bridge. I'm working with others together to get new members and auxiliaries. Even if they're not in auxiliary and they want to be part of the auxiliary for the state or their county, they need to just let us know and we will take them independently, not even if they're not in an auxiliary. We will take them. December the 16th is our Christmas party at Lewistown, the MSFA and LAMSFA. It is on December the 16th again, and the time is 2 to 6. And have a productive executive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Any questions for the President? Thank you. Bessie Marshall Fund Report.
We'll be giving our full report tomorrow, but I'll have the Bessie Marshall tickets for the lottery. Lori has some more stuff for tomorrow that we'll give out. We have a good amount of cases. I have 3 that I'm working on this weekend to get facilitated. And then we have, through Kate and Lynn, we were able to update the new application, and I will get that to everybody. But again, our biggest money raffle maker is the 50/50, oh, sorry, the lottery. And they're $5 a ticket. So if you'd like some, I'll be in the back of the room. But we'll be giving a better full report tomorrow when Lori's here. She has to work today. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Fire prevention queens, any here this morning? Here we go. Madeline Moore.
Good morning. So Ashley is not here this weekend, so I'll be giving my report and her report. So I just want to thank everyone for their support so far during my term. There is a little change to my report that I did submit. So after I submitted my report about my activity book, it is officially getting published, so that is exciting. That will be around to me the end of December, so I'll be passing those out when I get them. It's been great traveling with Ashley, the first runner-up, spreading fire prevention messages around Maryland. Since August, I've traveled 1,272.8 miles and have attended 20 events. I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity. I do have tip sheets with me that Ashley and I did create. So, and then I also do have my activity book, so you can see the original version. And then I just want to remind everyone to water their Christmas trees every day so they do not dry out and become a fire danger. That's the end of my report. For Ashley's, she says, good morning, everyone. I am very sorry I could not attend this weekend's meeting. I am in EMT refresher this weekend and next weekend. She just wants to thank everyone for their support so far since June. I've had a lot of fun traveling and promoting the importance of fire prevention and life safety across the state of Maryland. I submitted my detailed monthly reports electronically. To summarize, since August 1st to present, I have attended 23 events, traveled 1,608 miles, and have dedicated 91 hours to community outreach. With the holidays coming up, I want to remind everyone, use clips, not nails, to hang lights so the cords do not get damaged or frayed. Keep decorations away from windows and doors or other means of exit. I hope everyone has a safe, happy, and healthy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on the book. That's quite a feat, and I know it's a really neat project that people have talked about. So congratulations on that. Any other questions for our fire prevention ambassadors? And thank them for all they do all year for us. Thank you. Okay. Before we get into reports, are there any new individuals that have never been to a meeting before of the executive committee? We'd like you to just stand up and say hi and introduce yourself. As we're Past President Gene started this many years ago, and we kind of got away from it, and I think it's a great idea that if we have new people here, to make sure we know they're here and make sure they're welcome. So are there anyone that's never been to an executive committee member meeting before? Chief Tome, you're welcome. We're glad to see you.
Didn't he stand up to be a past president too?
Yeah, I think he was a past president. I think he's still for Ladies Auxiliary too. So I don't know, Wayne. We gotta question some things here. Okay. Well, nobody stood up, which means we need to have some work to do. Get some new people, new blood in here. Okay, MSAA reports. Board of Trustees, Chairman Doug.
How is everybody? All right, like to hear that. I'm going to report for the Board of Trustees today. Since the last meeting, we finally had some movement. We found our information, and there it is. That's what we've been working on for the last 3 months. We finally got it together. We had some outstanding assistance from Ron Sarnicki. He was able to forward all the disbursement he's made from the Trustees Benefit Fund to us, and we were able to match them up with minutes and so forth of our meetings that we had, and we were able to create the monthly reports for fiscal year 23 and the first 5 months of fiscal year 24. So Ron has all those. We have sticks made for everybody, so we're back up and running. All we need is a computer. So we'll work on that. Trustees met via Zoom on October the 4th. All the trustees were in attendance. The trustees have approved a claim from the Easton Volunteer Fire Department for a line of duty injury benefit for Jennifer Bennett, who was injured in an incident on September the 8th. She suffered a severe ankle and leg injury while fleeing a tree being felled as part of a woods fire mitigation. The trustees received notification for intent to file a line of duty claim from the Sandy Spring Volunteer Fire Department for Michael McTighe, who was fatally injured in a motorcycle collision in Frederick while returning home from a company meeting in uniform. The claim paperwork is nearly complete. We communicated with them yesterday, and they're waiting on a signature and the notarization of one of the forms, and it'll be ready to go. So I'll be meeting with them this coming week. We received all the information from our old computer in mid-October. We finally got that roundup sent to us. We had a couple of issues trying to get it out from the way it was sent to us, the file, or however it was. I don't know. Thank God my wife knows that stuff. We were able to access and recover the information. Once we got access, we went through and found all the information necessary that was in the computer to create the monthly benefits, which is what you see right here, for fiscal year 23 and first part of 24. With the additional information that was provided by the treasurers, we were able to create monthly benefit reports for August of 22 through June of 23 to complete fiscal year 23, and then provide them to the treasurer in preparation in case of an audit or when he does his audit. We also created the new reports for July through November of 2023 or fiscal year 24. We have them all up and running and ready to go, and we can do the December one right off the computer as soon as we get something going there. All information from the old computer was edited, as there are quite a few files on there that did not relate to the MSFA or the trustees. I contacted the former secretary, Jeff Thompson. He advised there was nothing on there that he needed from those files, so we deleted all those files, took them out, and then we created the thumb drives for everybody. All the trustees now have thumb drives with all the information, and the secretary will be keeping a master with all the information that comes and goes from the trustees on that stick. And then everybody has a stick, and as we get it, as he farms it out to us, we can put it on our stick or store it however we wish from this point forward. So we shouldn't have that information drought again, hopefully. We have not received any word on a new computer. I think we still have a used one we're trying to function with, but we just now got the sticks out, so we don't really know where we stand yet. The trustees are working on the rest of our goals for this year, which included getting all of our archived files placed on the server so they can be easily accessed by the trustees. We haven't taken that project on yet. We're kind of waiting till after the first of the year, and hopefully with our new IT person, they can get us pointed in the right direction or give us some guidance as to how we do that. Our secretary took 4 or 5 boxes of hard copy files, and we put them in storage at Crofton so that we'd have them. We did this simply because there's medical information in those files, and it needs to be secured. Again, Kate and Ron and Lynn were able to get us pointed in the right direction, and we got the information, got those boxes of files to them, and got them stored properly, so they are secure now. And we have followed, proper means for storing them. We found a mistake in the contact information on the website procedural manual. We got that corrected very quickly. That was simply an oversight when we put the new members on the website for the trustees. It was decided by all the trustees that our meetings will be held via Zoom this year so that claims can be resolved more rapidly and efficiently. This will allow the trustees to get benefits to our claimants much quicker. We will still hold our meetings as required in the Constitution, but we may do them by Zoom rather than always face-to-face at an executive committee meeting. We will always have our trustees will always meet before each executive committee meeting. It's been a very time-consuming effort to recover and create the reports, edit, continue with our regular business since the last executive committee meeting. The process of recovering from the information drought has been assisted by all the trustees and additionally Treasurer Ron Sarnicki. Without the well-kept records and payment distributions of the treasurer, we would not have been able to verify and compile the benefit records for fiscal year 23 and the first 6 months of fiscal year 24. We certainly wish to thank Treasurer Sarnicki, Attorney Mike Farlow, and my wife Bonnie for their assistance and advice throughout the process. I believe we've created a method to prevent this information drought from reoccurring in the future. Let's see, I guess we amongst the trustees, we've been able to kind of stay communicated through all this. And I think we have everybody up to speed and up to date now with the information they need to continue the work of the trustees. Fortunately, we haven't had a bunch of claims to deal with in the meantime, and that's made it a bit easier. We've also learned the difference between a fiddle and a violin, so that's going to help, I'm sure. Let's see. And last is somewhat personal here for me. I will not be seeking re-election to the trustees in June. I've served 15 years as a trustee, been chairman for 7 of those years. I'm looking to cut back on my stress-producing activities at the suggestion of my doctors after last year's health scare. I do wish to have the trustees in better shape than when I began. I think we have a great young committee core. We have obtained a much improved budget from the state for our benefits. We have a good set of sustainable benefits in place. I don't know how many of you noticed, but the benefits were increased significantly at the convention here in June, and that, of course, is in the manual. Our procedural manual has been overhauled and made more accessible, and again, that was with the help of Mike Farlow here a year or two ago. The future is bright for the MSFA trustees. I thank everyone for their support and assistance to the trustees. That's about it for my report. Anybody have any questions?
Doug, when we were going through all this with the computer, wasn't that a new computer initially?
No, we got a used one. And I think we still have it. I don't know if we've loaded it or not, but we don't have it. Where is it? Where is it? I don't have it. Okay.
Okay, so
Not me where it is. We'll search for it.
So we still got a computer out there.
Yeah, somewhere. We'll find it.
Okay. Just
Yeah, let us get through get all this online and ready to go first. Then we'll look into that. Maybe by February. Yeah. No. Well, it's resolved. I mean, Richard was able to find the information and got it to us. We on our end had a little trouble getting to it, but he gave us the guidance to get to it, so we got to it finally, and we've got everything edited and on the sticks. So from actually today forth, I just passed everybody out their sticks. The treasurer will be keeping, the secretary will be keeping a master stick so that everything will go on that one. And then as each trustee gets the information, we can put it on our own stick and go from our home computers.
Okay. Tommy?
As far as the computer, I've got a used computer that was given to me by Jeff, the previous secretary, Jeff.
Okay, so you
I do have a computer, but it is the old.
It's okay, so there's still a computer missing someplace?
That computer was the one I gave to Jeff from the Shell executive.
Okay, Jeff's back there.
Yeah.
Jeff, that's the only one you had, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got the one that Jeff had. He gave it to me.
Okay, so
It's not a new computer.
it is used. Okay. So is that the one we're talking about, Richard? No. Okay.
Yeah, Richard gave me a computer at the Shell meeting.
Okay.
And I took it and gave it to Jeff, and that's the last I saw of it. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I gave it to Jeff. I have no idea what it was.
Okay, so that is the computer, though.
I suppose.
That is a new one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think based on what we've talked over the last couple of months, it sounds like we're just about where we need to be.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. We've at least got everything recovered and documented, and we've got information out to everybody, and so they can store future information, without any problem. I mean,
Plus we've got secure storage now.
Yeah, that's
which is a biggie.
probably the most
Right.
important thing we've accomplished to
Right.
get that secured. Not that I think it was ever in jeopardy or anything like that, but let's be right. If something were to happen, we would have had a whole lot of explaining to do.
Yeah,
So
obviously. Yeah.
so we've got it secured now, and I think that's probably a good thing. What our goal is to go with there is to eventually get all that stuff put on the server, so that we can get rid of all those paper documents.
Yeah.
And I mean, there is a bunch of them. That's
good.
So, yeah, well, yeah, like I said, we haven't even approached that project yet, but we will in time. So,
Okay, well, Doug, thank you for your many years of service on the trustees. I know you're stepping down this year, but been a great asset. Thanks to trustees, everything you guys do. Thank Richard for getting together to get this,
all the
get us on
trustees
track.
are here today. If anybody has anything you need to discuss with them, please feel free to do so. They've been like I say, we've had to do this together to make it happen. So I think we're right
Just
on
about
the brink
there.
of being complete.
Yep,
Yeah.
making progress.
So, yep.
Thank you,
All right,
Doug.
you bet.
Any other questions for the trustees? Thank you, Doug. Okay, attorney's report and parliamentarian on deck.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Mike.
We just about have the trademark renewal process completed. I've spoken with or emailed Kate and have spoken with Doyle. They've got or should have the last couple of examples that we'll need to be able to file that registry with the U.S. Patent Office, Patent and Trademark Office. I believe, Steve, that is already budgeted. Is that correct? So we shouldn't have to do any budget amendments for it. Whenever I find out the exact amount, I'll get with Ron so that we can go ahead and get that filed and mark that one off. The second thing that I have is we're approaching the end of the year, and people are going to be starting to think about taxes. Corporations also need to start thinking about their taxes, and 2 or 3 times a year, and in fact just yesterday I fielded a question from a nonprofit that had their charter forfeited, and they were like, why was it forfeited? The most common reason that a charter gets forfeited in the state of Maryland is because a corporation, like our fire companies, fail to file their personal property returns with the State Department of Assessment and Taxation. It's a very simple form to fill out for most entities, and they send it in. Fire companies, I believe, don't even have to pay to file that. But a lot of times it just falls by the wayside. So as corporations are getting ready to file their 990s, make certain they file their personal property returns, and just take that back to your individual fire companies if you don't mind. Are there any questions?
Just to highlight what the attorney has mentioned, I would suggest everybody go online and check to make sure you're in good standing, because our fire museum, I file them personally, file every year. All of a sudden I check it, says we're not in good standing. I'm looking at a copy of what I sent them. A space error, when I put it in there, kicked it out. They don't tell you it got kicked out until it's too late. So you don't get notice from the state if there's an error and they kick it out for any reason. So just luckily, it's very simple. Go on SSTAT. You can check you can check the fire company or any other nonprofit you're involved in. Same with the federal. Our county accreditation now for our volunteer companies every year, that is now required that you must submit the information you had online from both the feds and from the state to make sure that you're in good standing. So we're checking all of our companies every year, or actually every 2 years, to make sure they're in good standing. We had one company in Frederick County when I first went to work for the county that it was years and they didn't know it. So it's something the attorney Mike's given a great example of what you need to do, because it can catch up with you. You don't even know it till somewhere down the road.
Any additional questions?
Any other questions for the attorney?
Now that the work part is done, at the president's suggestion, to our following friends.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mike. Parliamentarian Brooks on deck, Fire Prevention Commission.
Good morning. Fine-looking group. Mr. Woods and myself are here joining you today. Mr. Bush was on a structure fire till about 3 o'clock this morning in Easton, so he begs forgiveness, and I told him just go to bed, all right, and be done with that. So the season is upon us. We could probably go back into my December reports for several years, and it says basically the same thing. This is not the time of year to try to change your bylaws, to change the outcome of your elections and your member companies. 3 phone calls so far, 3 different companies. How can we do this? You should have started last year. Well, we need to do it for the election. Now, pardon me for saying this, but my comment then is, who are you trying to screw? because that's what's happening. You have somebody who you don't want in an office. You have somebody who is the only qualified candidate in your company for the office, and you don't like them, and you're trying to change the bylaws. Folks, it's the way it is. This happens every year. I don't get it. One phone call, I've talked to this gentleman in prior years. They still haven't done it. The other thing is you cannot suspend your bylaws. Please don't do that. That's inappropriate, right? Bylaws are there to guide the company. Bylaws are there for the president to rule the company and give good direction. If your county requirements have outrun your bylaws, get a group together and sit down and adjust that, all right, in time for next year. By and large, we do a good job. 3 phone calls is not bad out of, the 300 plus companies that we have. But it happens, and it tells us what's out there. The only saving grace to me is I don't burn up the highways like I used to anymore, right? And I can now sit in my home office in a leather chair and take the conversation on speakerphone, and it's delightful to me, right? I don't have a problem. Mr. Woods, you have any comments you need to make?
No, sir. I think you covered it all.
All right, it's nice to have Harv on board. Ken will not be here tomorrow. You're going to be here tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
He's going to be the parliamentarian tomorrow. It's Christmas season at the fire company in Delta. I'm going to be there. So if there's any question, pardon me? I am not. We have a nice young gentleman who enjoys being Santa Claus, right? But I appreciate your concern there. All right? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for the parliamentarians?
Never mind, Mr. Cox. Thank you, Chief.
Any other appropriate questions for the parliamentarians? Is that
Thank you,
better?
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. I appreciate that. Have a great holiday.
Thank you, Mr.
everyone.
Brooks.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get to our partner reports, the president asked me to advise the companies. We are, I'd say partnering would be a good way, on a national child ID program. So we have kits available, every fire company to have available in their communities. When you have your open houses, Christmas season, fire prevention week, these would be great. It's first off, it's a good PR. Second of all, it's a good thing to have done. Both it's the DNA kit, it's a swab, it's also the fingerprints. So we have these available. The president has them. I think Doyle has them in the back, I believe, right? So please take some back to your companies before you leave today. Great idea to hopefully you never have to go through that, or anybody in your community has to go through it, but to have that available for any type of a issue with a lost child, that is a great program. So we will be working with them and pushing it further, but we do have the information and packets available today. Anything else on that, Mr. President? Pretty much it?
No, that was it.
Very good.
You got plenty of them, so take them.
Okay, partners reports. First one will be the Fire Prevention Commission, which will be presented by past President Bilger. On deck will be State Police Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you greetings from the State Fire Prevention Commission. I want to recognize Dan Stevens, fellow commissioner, who's in attendance today. Recently, we've had some new appointments to the commission. Mark Hopkins is our new engineer representative. Gerald Johnson has been made appointed for the Eastern Shore volunteer fireman. Randy Sagner is now our co-chairman, and then Carl Spriggs is the representative for the career department on the commission. The commission has also started the process of reviewing the new code, NFPA 1101, that was adopted by NFPA. So hopefully this time around we will be able to use those documents and produce a new state fire prevention code in the near future. And then once that code has been adopted by the commission, has gone through all the hoops, then this association can work on producing the fire laws books of Maryland. And we have a list of, again, all the list of names of the members of the commission are on the website, contact information. If there's anyone that you need to get a hold of, feel free to contact me or Commissioner Stevens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for past President Bilger? Okay, thank you, Mark. Maryland State Police Command, for the last few months I've been calling him Chief Lippert, but today I'll be Sergeant. For Maryland State Police, on deck will be whoever representing EMS board today.
Hello? All right. So I did submit the report electronically last night because my captain didn't get it done until last night. So I did print off some copies. I think there's only 10, so I don't know if I have enough for each one of you if you want to pass them around. All right, so I'm the first sergeant for the Western Region, which is pretty much Western Baltimore County all the way to Garrett County. Covers Trooper 3 and Trooper 5. So my report for you today is going over pretty much the yearly summary, I guess, for 2023, just to highlight some incidents that have gone on across the state. In 2023, we've had 5 trooper medics complete the rescue tech training, which is the entry level. We have rescue techs and crew chiefs. Crew chiefs are the more experienced level providers. So we've had 5 new troopers completed the entry level. During this calendar year, we had 6 rescue techs that have upgraded to the crew chief position. And we anticipate running another rescue tech process in January. There's currently 6 paramedics designated to come to MSP Aviation in the near future. I believe they're still in field training at the barracks. So hopefully sometime after the first of the year, we'll get them in and get them trained. Within the last 11 months, we've hired 5, 6, 7 pilots, for 6 maintenance techs, a procurement officer, a procurement manager. Also within the last 11 months, we've had pilots that have upgraded. We've had 9, 10, 11 pilots that have upgraded from pilot 1 or 1A to 2. And then there's 4 different levels based on your hours and certification. So we have them internally progressing through the ranks, if you will. We have currently 12 pilot vacancies across the command. And let's see here. Oh, and our chief pilot actually yesterday was his last day. He retired. So we need to fill the chief pilot's position, and an instructor pilot position out of Cumberland is still open. Let's see here. Aircraft maintenance. That's always a hot topic. These aircraft are 10 years old now, so they're becoming more maintenance intensive. We currently have 4 aircraft. So do the math. We have 10 aircraft. 4 of them are out of service right now because of heavy maintenance. So that puts one of the 7 sections out of service. What we've been doing to spread coverage is rotating mainly between Trooper 6 out of Easton, Trooper 2 out of Andrews, periodic times where they're out of service. We had similar issues up until a month ago out in Western Maryland. I only have 5 pilots currently assigned to Trooper 5. However, I have 10 pilots assigned to Trooper 3. So what I'm doing with the scheduling is everyone at Trooper 3 is taking a bite of the apple, and 2 shifts a month they're driving to Cumberland. So that's maintaining coverage 24/7, which up to about a month ago, 3 or 5 was typically out of service once or twice a week. So we're now 24/7 coverage, back to 24/7 coverage out west. Okay. We do anticipate one of those 4 back next week. It was supposed to come back this Wednesday, and they ran into a snag doing the run-up on it. Found something wrong with it. But anyway, we're anticipating sometime next week to get that 1 aircraft back, 381. Ongoing projects, the whole blood program. We started that off, kicked that off this year. May 10th was when we first started carrying blood. Trooper 1 out of Baltimore and Trooper 2 out of Andrews and PG County were the first 2 to start carrying blood. Now, as of, I think it was the middle to end of June, all 7 sections are carrying blood. We've had 55 patients since May 10th that we've given whole blood to, with a total of 66 units administered. those that don't know the process with the whole blood is we're partnered with University of Maryland. The blood that we receive from the blood bank, it's good for 3 weeks. So when we get it, we have coolers that we keep on the aircraft that keep the blood at a temperature it needs to remain at. We keep it for 7 days. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, we use our Saratoga, our fixed wing, or troopers drive across the state and swap out the blood. So on Tuesdays, part of the state gets replenished, and on Thursdays, the other part of the state gets replenished. So during those 7 days, obviously, if we need to give the blood, we'll take the patient. If we go to shock trauma, we'll just go to the blood bank and replenish right there. After the 7 days, it gets swapped out and sent back to shock trauma or university where it can be another 2 weeks to be used. Okay, so it's not going to waste. Moving on here. Oh, the hoist platform. It's basically a mock-up cabin of the aircraft that we have suspended in mezzanine at Martin State at our training facility. It's there, physically there. We just don't have a hoist to put on the platform, so it's not being utilized. We're still trying to procure money to purchase that hoist. Westcam simulator was just delivered back in September, and we just did the train the trainer program. So now that our instructors are trained on how to use the simulator, so starting in January next Con Ed, we're going to start doing training with our Westcam simulator. That's the camera that's on the aircraft. Let's see, UAS program. We have 10 drones in the command. That we have 20 sworn troopers that are certified, Part 107, FAA certified to fly the drones. They've flown over 300 missions so far to date in 2023. A good chunk of those flights are actually reconstruction, fatal crash reconstruction missions. And just a reminder, the drone's not replacing the use of the 139, our aircraft, but it does come in handy for search missions where, say, the information that we've gained is stale. A missing person that's been missing for a week. They might consider using the drone rather than burning the blade time on the aircraft at $5,500 an hour. So the next page 3, I'm not going to go through this whole chart here, but it more or less just breaks down the missions per section. Trooper 1 and 2 continue to be, and Trooper 7 continue to be the busiest aircraft across the state. And a total year to date in 2023, missions flown over 2,500 with 2,100 hours flight time. All right, moving on here, I'm just going to cover, skim through some of the notable events in 2023. We asked the regions just to put together, to pick 2. Obviously, there's several. I sit here all day and tell stories, but the ones that we chose from our region, I'll start in my region. The Trooper 3, on July 13th, Trooper 3 was dispatched to Clear Spring, Washington County, for a reported 2-year-old pool drowning. The patient's father quickly removed her from the pool and began CPR. Several minutes into the call, Trooper 3 was canceled as ground units were on the scene and had decided to transport by ground. Priority 1, the 2-year-old was in cardiac arrest. An off-duty first sergeant with the Aviation Command was monitoring the radio and directed SysCom to divert Trooper 3 to Meritus instead of canceling should ROSC return to spontaneous circulation occur. During ground transport, a pulse was recovered. However, the patient remained in respiratory arrest, which means they have a pulse, they're just not breathing on their own. Once at Meritus, the crew from Trooper 3 reported to the ED with their equipment. Master Trooper Green, who's also a respiratory therapist, took over the airway responsibility from the ED physicians and secured airway on the 2-year-old. Just to note, obviously, Meritus is an adult trauma center, so they rarely encounter the high acuity pediatric patients. Now, with the patient stabilized, Trooper 3's crew medevaced the high priority patient to DC Children's for continuation of care. And just to note, She made a full recovery. And sorry to get a little emotional. Let's see. I actually know I know the father is also a state trooper. So, all right, continuing on. Trooper 5 on 11/24. They were requested to assist Allegheny County with the search of a vehicle rollover received by OnStar. While on the scene or overhead, Trooper 5 was able to locate the UTV lying on its side down the bottom of a 200-foot embankment off of a remote trail in Crescent Town. They used the West Cam, the camera, and the track of the light to light up the scene and identify how many victims they had. They found one patient that was ambulatory and then guided ground fire and EMS to the scene where they discovered critically injured. They found a second patient that was critically injured. Trooper 5's crew, they lowered the rescue tech down, secured the victim in a pet bag, and then hoisted the patient, and then transitioned to a medevac role and took that patient to the trauma center. I think they went to Western Maryland. Let's see, Trooper 1, this is May 16th. They were instrumental in the swift apprehension of an armed rapist immediately following 2 assaults along the Northwest Branch Trail in Montgomery County. Trooper 1 successfully coordinated with Montgomery County's Emergency Communications Center to establish an effective radio patch, allowing seamless communication between the aircraft and ground units from multiple agencies as they were conducting a large search, combing through suburban neighborhoods, densely wooded parkland, and the edges of I-495, the Capitol Beltway. Trooper 1 observed and relayed that Montgomery County Public Schools, the school buses were actually dropping off middle school kids in the immediate area of where the suspect was last seen. This prompted Montgomery County Communications to contact the school board to pause and reroute the buses to keep them away from the area. The suspect was apprehended in the area where the school buses were dropping off the kids. Trooper 2, on May 18th, 2023, they were alerted for a vehicle pursuit initiated by PG County Police. The pursuit was due to a vehicle that was involved in a child abduction. The 5-year-old abducted child was in the vehicle with the suspect, who was ramming police cars. Trooper 2 remained active in the pursuit until it concluded in Washington, D.C. with the successful apprehension of the suspect and safe recovery of the child. Trooper 7, on April 16th, 2023, there was a hoist of an injured person from the Carnival cruise ship down in Point Lookout. The patient sustained injuries related to a fall and could not ambulate. The crew of Trooper 7 successfully hoisted the patient and transitioned the medevac role and took that patient to Cap Region in Largo. And that was the 20th, at that point, that was the 20th hoist in 12 months. So the hoist missions have drastically increased over the last 2-3 years. And I'm not sure the reason for that. Trooper 4, this is pretty cool. MSP Aviation Command personnel from the Eastern Region worked with the Ocean City Fire Department and the town of Ocean City to develop an FAA-approved instrument approach procedure, which is designated specifically for patient pickups at LZs that are not an airport or a hospital. It will be used, given the Ocean City weather patterns, as you can imagine, along the Atlantic Ocean with a lot of low-level local fog that comes and goes throughout the summer. So that's pretty cool. That's the first one in the state of Maryland. And then there's one that's in the, I don't want to say beginning stages, but that's still being worked on in Oakland, up in Garrett County. Let's see, Trooper 6, this is the last one, I think. October 19th, 2023 at 0900 hours, a report of a serious motor vehicle collision occurred at 3011 Star Road, Queen Anne's, Talbot County, which is pretty much a block away from the hangar. Trooper 6 medics were monitoring the radio. The aircraft was out of service that morning for maintenance. Upon dispatch, they elected to drive. The troopers drove to the scene, took their blood with them. They were the first ALS unit on arrival. Immediately started providing medical care. Trooper 1 was requested for the medevac. Patient went into trauma arrest. Our crews intubated the patient and gave blood. And let's see, they had transported to shock trauma, but I think that patients succumbed to their injuries. All right. Again, thank you for your continued support as we work with our partnering agencies to provide Marylanders with the best aeromedical service. And that is our report. Any questions?
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for the First Sergeant? And thank you, and thank the entire division for its continued service to our state. It's just amazing. I know it celebrated the anniversary this year, and I tell you, it's just amazing to see what we have and how fortunate we are in Maryland for what we have. So,
And thank you for everything you all do for us.
Thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
Okay, slight change. Becky, if you're shock trauma, if you could go ahead, and then Dr. Delbridge will be on deck, followed by EMS board.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Is that better? Okay, all right, I'm a little quiet. Okay, I have our report for the first quarter of FY24. We ended FY23 with 6,503 patients at shock trauma. So far, through July, September, we admitted 1,799, which was a positive variance of 167. So looking on board to be a little ahead of where we were last year. Our length of stay is kind of hanging where it has been, around about 9 days. We're continually working on getting that down. We know we need to keep the front door open. We can only do that if we can get patients out on the back end. So that's a continual area of focus for us. Our CCRU, where the ICU patients are transferred to from across the state, that is also seeing a few more patients. We have 81 more so far this year than they had at the same time last year. Inter-hospital transfers, we continue to work on this. Review every single one of our transfers that we aren't able to get in. We know it's one of our obligations to the state to take transfers from across the state. So there you go. So yeah, we're continually working on that and hoping to make some inroads very shortly. Capacity hours. This time last year we were in pretty bad shape with the amount of time we were on capacity. We've worked very hard on that, and we are 84 hours less than where we were this time last year. So we feel that we've done a great job on that. Find some highlights here. Our operating room volumes are up a little bit on where they were last year, and so is our clinic volume. So again, that review reflects all the patients that are coming through. Hyperbaric chamber, we are quite a long way ahead from where we were last year also, 176 patients more so far this year. Most of these patients are outpatients, 71%, and 28% of them are inpatients. Shock Trauma Go Team. So our Go Team has started reaching out to various jurisdictions offering education. They're happy to go out anywhere, any jurisdiction that would like an education from the Go Team, they'll go partner with you. I think they've done 2 or 3 so far, looking to do a few more. So if anybody has a need for that or a desire for education, please let us know. So far this year, we have had 5 requests for the Go Team. 3 were MVCs, 1 was an entrapment, 1 was an unknown mechanism. 1 was from Baltimore County, 1 from Cecil County, 1 from Franklin, PA, 1 from Washington County, and again, 1 was an unknown county. 3 were cancelled, and twice the Go Team was deployed. One of those was the one in, Franklin, PA, and that was an industrial entrapment. That patient was extricated and was transported to Wellspan in York. The second one that was deployed was to Cecil County. That was an MVC, and that patient ended up being transported down to shock trauma. Again, if you'd like education, please reach out to us, let us know. Organ and tissue donation program, we're a little behind where we should be on that, so that has been an area of focus. We've had several events in hospital just to increase staff awareness again, and just to remind them to initiate the discussions with organ donation with families. Always a little bit difficult. A global outreach continues. So far this year, we have had 11 observers from the United States. We have had 2 from Japan, and we have had 2 from Egypt. Continuing having a lot of observers coming through. One of the areas we have also been bumping up in the last year, you'll see from the report we submitted, we've had a large increase in the amount of outreach we've done. Our Centre for Injury and Prevention and Policy, a whole lot more outreach than we have done in the past few years. We have done, so far, a total of 36 events with 1,928 attendees. We've had 3 trauma prevention community outreaches. We have held one event with 150 teens doing what we call our Think First. So Think First is actually a national organization. It concentrates on getting young adults in high schools information on head injuries and risky behavior. So again, we're partnering with a lot of schools in our areas, going out, our neurosurgery team go out and talk to the teens, little presentation on that. We have had 3 trauma prevention outreaches for our drunk drivers. Stop the Bleed, we've had 18 events with 493 attendees. Again, we're throughout the state doing Stop the Bleed, partnering with some of our EMS jurisdictions also on that. When we have a need, we reach out. Anybody would like to partner with us, we're always happy to do that. If anybody has a need for Stop the Bleed training, we're happy to go anywhere, take it on the road. We have all of the equipment, plenty of people that are willing to go and teach that. We've had 9 events for Minds of the Future. Again, that's a teenage program, and 2 violence prevention with our what we call our Smart Kids. That's Saving Maryland At-Risk Teens. They're our young offenders that come down to shock trauma. We walk them through and have a little presentation for them. Other EMS outreach and education, observation program is still going. We have EMS students and clinicians coming through. We've had 40 providers so far come through this year, rotate through the TRU and the ICU. They've done 2 FBI core training courses. We've had an EMS ALS skills day, and we do Maryland Express Care skills courses also. Other things we've done, we had a U.S. Army National Guard skills day. That was for physicians, PAs, EMTs, and flight paramedics. The GO team in Harford County did a technical rescue educational activity. That was 2 MSP, 4 from MIMS, 6 GO team, and 12 Harford County staff members on that. So a lot of stuff going on in our outreach at the minute. We have, say, the GO team training. Anybody else wants that, happy to go and do it. We've been out to Greencastle, PA. And we also went across to the Eastern Shore, did a virtual event with them. We've had 1 webinar so far this year. That was Shock Trauma Go Team Training and Treatment and Transformation. That was in EMS Region 5. We also have our EMS Education Day coming up. That will be on December the 16th. It's 8 till noon. It's free for EMS clinicians. You can reach out to us at stcems@umm.edu. Also, the sign up is available on all of our social media outlets. Okay, so hope to see some of you there. That is my report. If anybody has
quite
questions.
a bit, I tell you, very, very active, and great to get out in the communities and into the companies too. So that's a really continued education, and reaching out's great. Any questions for shock trauma?
For the Go Team training, who's the contact person for us if we would like to have them come to, our company for training?
Yep. You can reach out to me, and I can pass that directly on.
Okay.
So that's rgilmore@umm.edu.
Thank you.
Should have my email address.
Thank you.
And certainly Stop the Bleed's a great program too, particularly in the rural areas. So something to think about. Okay, thank you, Becky.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Delbridge from MIMS, and on deck will be the EMS board, followed by MIFRI.
Good morning. I am relatively certain I'll be not nearly as interesting as the last 2 speakers. I'll start with something we continue to keep track of, which is the transfer of care interval from EMS to hospital personnel. It's been something that we've been tracking for years now, and trying to convince the hospital folks that their inability to accommodate newly arriving EMS patients directly affects the function of the EMS system and is a public health matter. We've been really successful in bringing that attention to the HSCRC, the Health Services Cost Review Commission, which now publishes that data on a monthly basis on their website. It's data that we give them. And they track how well hospitals are doing in terms of their ability to effectively transfer care of patients within 35 minutes, 95% or 90% of the time. That has led to a couple of different efforts. One called EDDI, the Emergency Department Dramatic Improvement Effort, where every hospital in the state has been required to, or requested and has, submitted an action plan to describe how it will improve emergency department throughput of patients, including offloading of EMS patients when they arrive. Again, the goal is that 90% of the time they'll be able to do that within 35 minutes of the ambulance marking at the hospital. So allow 5 minutes to get out of the ambulance and into the front door, and 30 minutes for the hospital to do what it has to do. One of the important things about that, though, has been the integrity of the data provided by EMS. And we've done some tracking and realized that a good proportion of time, that time interval, which is being captured from the EMEDS report, is not accurate and not being diligently recorded by EMS personnel. So we've been on a crusade to try to improve that effort. It's really, really important. And we can't wave a flag and say that we need help if we can't describe the situation accurately. That is also dovetailed into an effort that MEMS is participating in, the Commission to Improve Hospital Throughput. It was the ED Wait Time Task Force, then it was the ED Throughput Task Force, and the reality is that what happens in the emergency department is largely a reflection of what's going on elsewhere in the hospital. And so there is a large group of really, I'll describe them as smart people who are responsible for running hospitals, who are engaged in the matter with some legislative folks, and hope to produce a report with some good ideas the first part of next year. We are also participating, helping to lead a commission to study trauma center funding, which directly affects EMS, obviously. The trauma centers have long been concerned that the way healthcare is financed in the state leaves a large delta between what it costs them to be a trauma center and what they can derive from caring for the patients that come their way. And so the question is, what's that gap, and how to make that gap somewhat smaller. That group will produce a report first part of next year as well. And I finished with two things. One is you'll hear over the course of the next year that we are transitioning the continuing education requirements for EMT recertification. Right now, many people recertify by taking a 12-hour refresher course and a 12-hour skills verification session. So they spend 24 hours doing the continuing education to be an EMT every 3 years. We intend to tailor that more definitively in terms of the subject areas that are covered. It won't require a 12-hour sit down at a course on a weekend. People will be able to access more of this online, for example, and do, for example, so much cardiac, respiratory, so much trauma, so much whatever. And that in total is 20 hours, plus a skills verification that can be done by an EMS medical director or a training officer at a company will make a format for how that goes. And EMTs will have to do the protocol update that takes 30 minutes to an hour once a year. So the time requirement is the same. The structure will be a little bit different, and it'll allow a lot more flexibility on the part of any given EMT. And we're working with MIFRE to ensure that we can for the transition period, that we can crosswalk what people have already done to what a new requirement will look like, and over the course of the year transition to this new way of doing what is required to be an EMT. Any questions about that?
You are looking at company level training officers that would actually do the practical evaluation?
Skills verification.
Okay.
Which if people can do it, shouldn't take more than an hour or so. So we're really cognizant of the total time commitment people have to make to be recertified. This just sort of restructures it a little bit. It actually makes it a lot more flexible, we think.
So we'd be able to utilize a regular company drill for a skills night, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll work out the details of how that will go over the course of the next several months, but that's that.
Very good. Sounds positive. Thank you.
And finally, as we're approaching legislative season, what is going to be really important to all the EMS partners is the Maryland Emergency Medical Services Operation Fund, which is what funds essentially the entirety of the budget for MEMS, MIFRE, about 80% of the Maryland State Police Aviation Command budget, and about $3.7 million for the RM's Cali Shock Trauma Center. That fund will go bankrupt toward the end of calendar year 2025, unless there's an additional infusion of funds. The way the MSOF is capitalized now is by a surcharge on motor vehicle registrations, $14.50 per year or $29 biannually. That hasn't been updated since 2013. And so we're looking for an increase in that or some new source of revenue to keep the MSOF solvent. And I neglected to say, in that annual expense to the MSOF is $15 million in grant funding that often benefits volunteer fire departments. So we're looking to put together a strategy for how to approach the legislator with potential solutions. We're in contact with several of them, and there's a meeting later this week with the partners to try to strategize more effectively. And that's what I got.
Yes, Chief Phillips is well aware, and as is MSFA as a partner every year, and that is one of our priorities legislatively this year. So thank you, Dr. Delbridge. Any other questions for Dr. Delbridge? Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, oops, I'm sorry, stand by.
We need to turn the sound up. We can't hear nothing back here.
Okay, you can't hear?
No.
You can't hear me?
The only person we hear is you.
Okay. And we'll need to, I think we're going to need to get closer to the microphones. Yeah. You got to get right up to the mics. So we have video available, so we'll be able to watch it. Thank you, Gene. We'll keep working on it. Okay, EMS board, past president Steve, or okay.
I'll start off. First of all, on behalf of Chairman Stamp, I'd like to thank Dr. Delbridge in the work that they're doing on the hospital times, because they've been monitoring that each month. They bring it to the EMS board, we review it, and MIMS has been working very, very hard with all the hospitals to make sure that our providers get in, offload the patients, and get back in service. So, Dr. Delbridge, we appreciate your efforts there. I think Chairman Stamp says it best in the annual report that was just handed out from MIMS, where he starts off and he says he wants to thank the he wants to thank the MIMS team, our EMS system partners, allied agencies, and each of our EMS clinicians who ensure our statewide EMS system performs at its best, getting the right patient to the right care in the right amount of time. And I think collectively we all do that. The board recognizes that, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. The only other thing that I would add is we did talk about the MSOF funds and the critical need to make sure that the partners are funded appropriately. And I know the partners are working on it, so is the MS board, and we will continue in those activities. President Smothers, do you have anything else to add?
Not really. I think you got it. You know, the partners are working due diligently to secure our funding, and we meet December the 6th in Crofton to hash out some issues and continue our game plan for going into Annapolis. There's already conversations being held. Our elected officials certainly know the issue, and we've heard that quite a bit. Chairman Phillips has been working behind the scenes already. They know what the issue is, but they don't know how to fix the issue yet. They don't know which pot of money to put their hand in, so to speak. So we're going to continue to work with that and work with our partners to improve Maryland. I can tell you, again, from just traveling around the tri-state region, folks are trying to figure out how Maryland does it. Whether you're in Delaware or Pennsylvania, West Virginia, they don't realize the coalition of folks that we have that partner together. You know, hospital wait times, that's a national problem. And I know particularly some of the hot spots have been in Prince George's County, and you've seen that on the news already. And we've been working, as Dr. Delabridge said, over the last 2 years to try to get that corrected so we don't have ambulances waiting 30, 40 minutes or an hour to offload a patient. And that's what it is in some of these hospitals. So we're going to continue to do that. I think just administratively for our providers, you know, regardless, when you're rolling up on the scene, and we've probably seen a little bit too much of this here lately, if you're an EMT, do what we do best. If you're a paramedic, utilize your paramedic skills to the capability that you have. We have seen, and I've mentioned this in a couple meetings already, where we've had one ALS unit roll in with 4 ALS providers, and we didn't do what we were supposed to do, and the patient had a bad outcome. We can't have that. Maryland, we're much better than that. So reach out to your crews, and doesn't matter what piece of equipment you roll in, whether it's a chief's buggy, a utility truck, if you're there, render and administer care. We don't want to take anybody's certification away, but that's just ridiculous that something like that would have to come our way. The only other one that keeps popping up is that we're in the holiday season. I like to party just as much as the next person, but the card in your back pocket, just like your driver's license, is not a given. Phone a friend, call an Uber, call a Lyft, because that does affect your certification, whether you believe it or not. We just see too many of those. I mean, we're in the business of saving lives, not trying to injure our own folks. So appreciate the holidays coming, but phone a friend if you need to. And I think that's probably about it, Steve, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, President. Anything else for MIMS or EMS Board? Very good. Director Cox, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Quick report we'll run down for you. I'll start off, we filed a report. Doyle has some in the back, but the EMT programs continue to do well. The numbers we're getting out of the 2024 fiscal year classes so far look well, about 68% first-time pass rate with a second-time pass rate for testing of 93% with the EMT. So it's doing well. It's early in the fiscal year, but the classes that are going through now working. I will say Diane May has worked diligently in that program to tweak it, keeps an eye on it, and continues to make changes going forward. So our tablet testing test item analysis program continues, been fully implemented and is going well. Any of the connectivity issues have been worked out. We continue to change some of our policies and procedures. One thing I do want to bring to everyone's attention is that based on the Pro Board and the IFSAC visits, and I'll talk a little more about those visits themselves in a minute, but some of the tablet testing is always done by proctors. We never allow the instructors to do that. But practical testing, even for our module exams we'll use EMT as an example. So you have Mod 1, Mod 2, Mod 3, and there's practical skills that go with them. The lead instructor for the classes will no longer be allowed to test for them. It can be a support instructor that is assisted in the class, but the instructors, lead instructors cannot do it because, usually as the lead instructor, they are the ones that are teaching the majority of the class, and then the folks come in to assist with some support work. So, but support instructors can do it. It's just a change. What is really the onus for that has been the Pro Board and new things that they wanted to see, as well as IFSAC. So, along that line, our Pro Board visit occurred during November 13th to 15th. So. We had to revise a whole bunch of PTIs in preparation for the visits for some of the new rules and the information they had sent out to us early on. But I'm happy to report that we got a positive outcome from the site team visit. that came out to look through all our stuff. I believe they went to Howard County's Academy to look at the one ATRA they wanted to. Typically, they look at two, but they seen everything they needed to see with our policies and procedures and the interviews and discussions with instructors and students and staff at MIFRE, as well as the ATRA. So I want to thank Chief Robinson, as the president of the MFS-PQB, came out and gave a great presentation to them early on. Secretary Strickland, who was there for the MSF-PQB, as well as Bob Rose. So they worked diligently with our folks at MIFRE and put everything together, and we were able to get through that with flying colors. So the official reaccreditation will occur in January during the Pro Board conference, but we'll be reaccredited for 5 years for the Pro Board stuff. IFSAC, they will be out next week, 12th. They'll be out the 12th, not next week, the week after. So they'll be in town for 3 days with their site visit team, and then hopefully with a couple minor things that they like to see different than Pro Board. We've already taken care of them for what they wanted to see, so hopefully we'll get the nod that everything will be well there and be accredited for 5 years with them also. It's unusual that both of the accreditation folks bodies come during the same year and basically within 4 weeks of each other. However, COVID really messed things up a few years ago when folks weren't out there, and they're still playing catch up. And we have been rescheduled and rescheduled and rescheduled over the past year, but it's finally coming to its conclusion now. So PDI that was held for instructors November 4th. Our Pearson View testing centers continue to do well. About 2,800 tests have been done since the inception of those testing centers in our regional training centers. And there's one more will be coming online here in the very near future, since the renovations of the Western Maryland Training Center have been completed. So we will see another Pearson View Test Center there. So that completely across the state, blanketed at our regional training centers, as well as our headquarters in College Park. No student has to travel far, has to go to no strip store to be able to take a Pearson View test. They can just call MIFRE. It's, you know, as long as somebody's in the building, they're all certified to operate the test, and we can get it done if a student, you know, has a tough schedule and they can't do it when the entire class is tested at those regions. So the MICRB, our third quarter meeting, was held October 18th. So some new PDI was approved. New instructor corps numbers now rest at 783 instructors statewide, 17 instructor trainers, 261 instructor evaluators, and the next meeting will be January 17th. I spoke before about the Mid-Atlantic Hydrogen Training Center. That's been tossed. We can cross that off all our lists. The Energy Federal Department of Energy had a $1 billion grant out there, and we never heard of Delaware being mentioned throughout that, but they got a big piece of that, and I think we all understand why. So seminars and training, a lot of that going on during the 18th. We partnered with a lot of our partners to make some of these things happen. So November 18th, there was one seminar held in Prince Frederick. December 3rd, tomorrow, there's an orientation for fire police up in Northeast. December 9th and 10th, the Maryland Fire Chiefs, we've partnered with them to help out with the annual leadership training weekend in Ocean City. February 24th and 25th is Maryland's weekend at the NFA. March 2nd through 3rd, we have the Hoagland Officer Seminar, which will be held at the Shady Grove Center at the University of Maryland there in Rockville. And again, partner with or play a big role in that. March 3rd through the 8th is our National Staff and Command Program. We partner with the I-Chiefs to put that on. That'll be held in Annapolis at the Doubletree Hotel. March 23rd is going to be the Public Fire and Life Safety Education Seminar in College Park. You heard Chaplain Long talk about the essentials of the chaplaincy program. That's going to be held down in March down at the Lower Eastern Shore. And we have March or April. We're looking to the possibility of putting on a shipboard firefighting seminar. And we are working to schedule a lithium-ion battery storage and electric vehicle fire seminar in the Caroline County area of the Eastern Shore sometime in late winter, early spring, as soon as we can get that worked out for the dates. COMAR regulations for the instructors, as you know, we spoke probably close to a year ago, where were based on the new standard that had come out from the NFPA. We broke apart Instructor 2 and Instructor 3. It used to be combined as one program, so that was all reviewed by MIFRE Tech, went to the Higher Education Commission, and that was all approved. The regulations, I think, sometime in September, so we're waiting right now on MHEC to get me the official approved language so we can update the orange books for instructors. Last meeting, Tim had asked about the notification for training officers and the companies when, based on some of the new students not doing the pre-course work, kind of the registration stuff and things like that in Canvas. So we took that back to our IT people, like I talked about. That has been fixed. So at any time that we decide we're not going to seat somebody in the class, the training officer, for them not doing the pre-course work, the training officers will be notified of that. The only thing we're going to do is pilot a couple different time frames. Typically, we kind of wait till we're close to the class before we seat them so the folks know. However, we might have to back that out a week or so to be able to say, hey, you're not going to be seated unless this is done, and seating's going to take place on this day. But training officers will be notified of that then.
The class that Todd put on out in the 3 western counties, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Because it answered a lot of those questions.
Good.
To me, wasn't very well attended, I don't think. But I think that's a plus in moving forward, that we do that across, because there's avenues that I wasn't aware of that now I can sit down with the new student and say, go to this section, open this section up, we're going to do this. So it was a plus. I think Todd, Diane, and our recruitment and retention coordinator did a brief synopsis of the mentor program. So thank you very much. And that's something I think that needs to happen across. But
no problem.
And Todd even said about doing it again, and I think it's a plus for anyone that's a training officer or chief to know what's in this canvas and how to get them, because kids are not. It's really hard to drag the information out of them. A lot of them will do it, but it's really, really hard to drag that information out. And thank you for that.
And we still get books back that cellophane's never been taken off them for
I believe
classes. You know, it's difficult. It really is at times. So, but we'll do what we can, to work with them and move them along. It just sometimes is some motivation for them. A little poking and prodding, and we'll get them move along. You heard Dr. Delbridge mention about the EMT research that they want to make changes to. We're fine with that. No problems whatsoever. We'll work closely with them, as we will with the MSFA, because that will need to be documented. So we'll make sure that we put guidance out about how to get that into the system as a company drill, as you mentioned, but that way there's documentation for it that people have when they need to go back during that recertification process.
Will it have to be instructor-led like the company drills were before to get on the before, when we had to do a company drill, it had to be an instructor so it could get on your transcript?
It won't be in this case. Right now, preliminarily looking at it, as your Dr. Delbert said, they're going to be fine with, a training officer do it. So for that class, we can make that type of an exception. If it shakes out that way, we'll look at it. We just want to, we'll work closely with MIMS as that gets implemented and get that taken care of. I just want to make sure there's documentation there that folks can go back to, and it's on their transcript that they did do the practical skills portion check off. All right. And then if you hear any rumbling from any of the instructors in any of your respective regions, our instructors, they were told back during the instructor meetings in the summertime, and we had went forth and reminded them in an email that there was mandatory training that needed to occur with them. based on the requirements of the university. So we've had good attendance. Those training is only lasting about an hour and a half, 2 hours. They're able to do it by Zoom. It's led by some folks out of the Office of Civil Rights Sexual Misconduct over at the university. So they were kind enough to do the training for us. It's all done. However, it is mandatory training, and we did warn the instructors, those that do not complete it will be removed from teaching. Until then, I think, do you remember the last number, Steve? It's 300, almost 400 of our instructors have completed it. So I don't see it being a problem with, classes. We have difficulty at times now getting some instructors for some classes. That's just because how busy they are when you especially throw the Metro Chiefs on departments on top of it with the back-to-back classes they're running. But if you hear any rumbling, we're on top of that. We'll make sure. But if a class has to be postponed or something, it's really serious, we'll make sure that's aware of, and they will go forth and prosper after that. I don't hope that we don't have to do that to too many of them, but at times it's difficult getting some of them to complete the things they need to complete. So just a heads up, nothing's happened. Nobody's been removed from teaching yet temporarily, and there are makeups. What we did, 2 sessions a week for 4 weeks over a month's period of time. So they had plenty of time to be able to take it, And yeah, there'll be 2 makeups coming for that. And we made the regional coordinators call each and every instructor to say, hey, this is happening, you have to attend it. So, but we'll go forth, and more on that later if it becomes an issue, but I don't think it will. Just want to give you a heads up. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I'll answer any questions anybody may have.
Yep, Chip. Good morning. Thank you for that detailed report. Imagine this, Montgomery County having problems at the training academy. So, question, I got several emails from training officers and other chief officers, and here's one comment. The PSTA, Montgomery County, claims that their personnel cannot take PEEF and hazmat back-to-back in the same month because it's taken MIFRE 30-plus days to update the transcripts, which requires them to take the next class.
That is not necessarily wholeheartedly correct. So, Steve, do you want to address that since you handled that?
And real quick, sir, we did have a nice conversation.
Oh, okay.
I was on the phone with him during that meeting,
Right.
actually walked out of the meeting, and we had he gave me a lot of heads up. I know there's a big issue with my academy, and we're very, very aware of it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, as I talked to you that night, they can, as far as MIFRE's concerned, they can. Anytime there's an issue with a transcript or a class that's ending, if you'll make sure that either the state programs manager for that area knows it, John Cornegas, or myself, we'll get it addressed immediately. As I mentioned to you, we are willing to sit down and meet with the academy and make sure that the regional office is also in step with what MIFRE's policy is, that we try to close out the classes and have it on transcript in a reasonable time, and we have given them a time period to do so. Unfortunately, with many of the academies, we don't get the material from them in a timely manner. We're also going back and readdressing that at Council of Academies with them, that the academy agreement they signed says they're going to submit the paperwork and submit the course completion within a timely manner and gives them the time. So we're addressing all of those issues, and certainly at your next training committee meeting, the acting regional coordinator, state programs manager, and myself will certainly be there.
So is that the first Thursday of each month they meet somewhere, or every couple months?
Whatever. I'm sorry. Council of Academies. Yes, first Thursday of the month in the morning, and it rotates where Council of Academies meets.
Right, and each PSTA attends these meetings?
Yes.
Okay.
Or a representative.
Okay. Is that open to anybody that wants to attend?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you, Steve. The next question.
But
Chief, just one second. Whether Steve explained that to you or not, all of the Metro Academies work under an academy status agreement with us.
Okay.
All they have to do is take the names on the roster,
Right.
send us that roster with their grades on there, and it was completed, and it will be put on transcript within a day or two.
So the tablets, who owns the tablets?
We do.
Not the training academy?
No.
And you all enter the data and it gets sent to it and it's all electronically? Right.
Yep.
So that's a lot of the stuff that they're telling me, that because their name's not on the transcript as completing PEEF, they can't take hazmat. So there's a huge, and we also have a huge problem with scheduling. If it's on top of each other, it's not going to happen. That happens with Fire 1 and Fire 2.
Yeah. The information on the tablet doesn't necessarily go right to the the registration
Okay.
or their record. So, but again, they see the results. All they have to do is send that document to us, like the other trained academies around the area do, and it's taken care of. It'll be on the transcript, in a matter of a day or two.
Right. I don't want to put out my dirty laundry, but it's like it's given me a sense that the volunteers are being held back in my county, and that's terrible because the young person's first influence is a PPE class and hazmat, and they cannot continuously be up and down with schedules. These young people have a schedule, and they want to do the right thing. So I'm extremely frustrated at my level as the association president too. And look, I have a handful of chiefs and president or training officers that are showing their concerns too. It's gotten so bad we now have it in our written agreement contract with the county government on PST issues. So I thank you both for your continuously working with us, and I will continually ask more questions to make things better for the volunteers in Montgomery County. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. And again, I'm not as close to it as the folks in operations are. I get their reports from them and everything. But I can tell you, we don't see that problem from any of the other academies.
Yeah, so believe me.
So, okay.
But
thank you, Chief.
We'll be more than happy to meet with them.
Yeah. Well,
good.
Western Maryland. Where are we at? We're not back.
Mr. Pat? Yes, you are. You just don't know it, but you're back.
We are back. The offices, of course, are open. We have a small, very small actually, punch list that we're completing. We just had a very important and extensive meeting this week concerning the AV systems. One of our challenges is that the vendor who is supplying that product, and there are only 2 vendors that do this for these educational institutions. And we ordered the equipment a little over a year ago. We were promised a delivery of May. It's still not here. So we have a group going up this week to do a workaround so the instructors will be able to come in. And the only thing we won't be having is some of the more sophisticated AV that's there. We just don't have the gear to make it all talk to each other yet. And once we do, we will have all that. But they will be able to have it will look just like it is in every other center we have right now, this workaround. And that's happening this week. Also, they are doing the burns in the burn building to get everything up to speed and do the break-ins basically to that equipment. And to the best of my knowledge, other than a few items that haven't been received, there's a few pieces of equipment that have not yet been received. Everything else should be up and running. I'm not aware of anything else.
So it might not have been communicated to you guys from out of the Western Maryland region, but yeah, it just happened a week or so ago.
Okay,
so
I
it's
can
all
say
good.
the conversation I had the other night, we're still not back in. And it was just little things like the security system and interacting with this and that. And it was just like, it's like, this stuff This stuff
And-
shouldn't have been
and-
happening.
And in any project, especially renovation, punch list items are difficult, and people don't understand sometimes the challenges to getting some of these quote little things that are a real significant inconvenience taken care of. Security, that is being addressed as well this week to make sure that what we had was certain people could get access to certain things and other people weren't, and they were all supposed to be on the same system. So that's supposed to be all being taken care of. We have a changeover for the gate so that they can actually key into it as well as use their phone to get in.
Or a card. We're going to issue cards to some
And
that still
yeah,
have flip phones.
If they don't have a phone, then we will give them a card so that they can get access to that. But then they'll be able to key in to keep the gate open. So
Right.
it'll stay open, and then when they leave, key in it to close it. But all of those things are underway, and with the exception of the delays that we've had on getting some things, and there are a few items still.
So the contractor's not in control now. He's-
Contractor's doing everything he can. I've been very impressed with Carl Belt.
Normally,
They've
yes,
done a
yes.
very, very good job. They are as frustrated or more so than we are because they want their money, and they're not getting it until everything is completed. But they are very, very frustrated. And we were all in the same conference call. I mean, the same Zoom meeting this week with the contractor and everyone else, and everybody's just, beside themselves that we just can't get some of these items. But none of them should impact running classes there. We can work, there are some inconveniences, but we can work even the access. We can work around all that. It's
Okay.
just that it's
So
an inconvenient.
So the classes are back at the training
Well,
center?
I have no idea whether they've moved them back there or not.
Not all of them yet.
Okay.
We're in the process.
Right. All right. All right.
They will be.
Very good. Any other questions for Director Cox? Mr. Bilger.
Recently, at one of the meetings I was at, your representatives talked about retesting schedule was going to start changing January 24th. Is that just in Western Maryland? Is that going to be the whole state?
That's the first I've heard of that. So I don't know if anything. Mr. Pat, have you heard anything, or Steve?
It just says that January 2024, piling a retesting schedule where students can take retest at the office during specific days and evenings of the week.
What we had was 6 different testing policies out there, and they were not the approved testing policy as approved by the director of MIFRE, and operations, along with the state program managers, instructed the regional coordinators. We have one testing policy, and they should be falling in line with that policy. And exactly what was communicated, I need to go back and check, but we do have a policy, and the policy is that they can come into the regional office for a retest. So I'll get with you on more specifics, and we'll follow up.
Is that?
That's just for evenings, right?
And daytime.
Right. Yeah, they can come in during the day as long as somebody's, staffing the center.
This says specific days and evenings of the week. But just the way it was presented at the meeting, it was something new that you were piloting, trying. You listed it as a pilot, so I didn't know if it was something you were starting in one region, see how. The way it was presented, it was a pilot, and I was just curious if it was then going to go from one region to the whole state, or again, it was just going to be one individual.
No, all 6 regions are supposed to be functioning under the approved testing policy that the director has approved.
That's just an enforcement issue
Yes.
with our folks.
Well, and I guess a follow-up to that is, you said Western Maryland's not online for that yet.
Not the Pearson view.
The Pearson.
They can
okay.
come in and take
That's-
retests.
That's the issue, is the young lady had failed, I think, the last month, November. She went on to retest, and it's pushing her clean into January to be able to retest. Okay. Yeah, like I said, but it's a plus that we're going to be able to do a combination of what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Very good. Any other questions for Director Cox from our light? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, MDM Bill Hildebrand, followed by DNR and Maryland Chiefs.
Good morning. I bring you greetings from Secretary Strickland, who's grandparenting today. And he's doing it solo, he said, because the wife is out of town, so. Our report was submitted electronically. First on there is in a groundbreaking move to promote safety and the well-being of Maryland residents and visitors, the Governor Wes Moore signed an executive order on November 20th establishing the state of preparedness. Under this new executive order, the state of preparedness may be declared by the governor when there is a heightened risk of disruption to lives of Marylanders. The order directs Maryland Department of Emergency Management to coordinate comprehensive preparation of state government ahead of potential impacts from hazards or threats, providing a vital layer of protection for Marylanders without necessitating a state of emergency. This was a big event for us. Secretary Strickland was elected president of the National Emergency Management Association for this year. Additionally, MDM Deputy Secretary Chaz Evie was selected to continue as chair of the NEMA Deputy Directors Group, and Anna Sierra from MDM's Chief Developing Officer was appointed chair of the newly created State Legislative Staff Committee for the association. On November 15th this year, Governor Moore announced the appointment of Megan Conklin as the state's first Chief Sustainability Officer and Michael Henson as the state's first Chief Resiliency Officer. Through the whole government approach, the CSO and CRO will work to coordinate efforts to address current and future effects of climate change. Under the 911 board, it was Dr. Christy Collins has been chosen executive director of the board. In her consequence management, then the resource coordination branch, Maryland has increased its activation level to from normal to partial late September to respond to Tropical Storm Ophelia. Also, the branch continues to coordinate Marylanders' response to assist Hawaii, and under the EMAC program in the wake of the wildfires in Maui. It's also coordinating replacement of frontline units for the Baltimore City Fire Departments using the Maryland Interstate Emergency Management Compact so that staff could attend funerals. This has been for 2 events now up there. Also, Marylanders were Maryland was one of just 7 states, along with the District of Columbia, to receive a capitalized grant from the Federal Emergency Management Agency as part of a groundbreaking new program to help reduce vulnerability to the natural hazards and disasters in Maryland received $6.5 million. The second highest award under the Safeguard Tomorrow revolving loan program. The state created the Resilience Maryland Resolving Loan Program to administer this program. The money can be used to help finance a variety of projects designed to minimize the effects of natural hazards in communities, and can also be used to help local governments pay for cost share and traditional federal hazard mitigation programs. Under our risk and recovery, MDIM and the University of Maryland unveiled its first of more than 70 Maryland Mesonet towers on October 30th. This event marked a significant step forward in advancing weather protection and ensuring the state of Maryland's residents and visitors. And Director Strickland was quoted as saying, "The unveiling of the first Maryland Mesonet Tower signifies as a significant stride toward enhancing public safety." And they tell us and we'll have Frederick. So more to come on that, but it's a very good, big move for us in this program. And that's all I have for that. I will say that for the MDIM fire personnel group, there is no committee report this time. We will possibly have training once after the first of the year.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions for MDM? Very good. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody here from DNR today? Okay, Maryland Fire Chiefs, JJ, followed by Maryland Fire Rescue Memorial.
Good morning, everybody. I did not submit my report electronically, but I'll certainly send these notes to the secretary. I just want to acknowledge that First Vice President Bob Phillips, Second Vice President John Delina, 3 past presidents, several regional directors, and the chief chaplain are in attendance today. We had a very successful joint training with MSFA and the Eastern Division of I-Chiefs, and down in Prince Frederick, 38 people, I think, was the total. How about now? So, joint training down in Prince Frederick, about 38 people, I think, were in attendance. It was very well received. Next weekend, we'll be in Ocean City for our annual weekend in Ocean City. We have 140 people registered. A few visitors from West Virginia from the recent trip out there with President Smothers. So we're really looking forward to that. We cut it off at 140 to be honest, just because of paying for lunch. It's over $4,000. So we probably could have had 160 or 170. So we're going to look to see what we can do next year. We're also preparing, Jeff Thompson's here today, and John Delina are working with the NFFF for the upcoming Memorial Weekend. Our next membership meeting is January 13th at Early Heights at 10 a.m. We'll start with a keynote speaker and then get into the business meeting, followed by lunch. January 20th here in Carroll County is our annual Mark Falkenhand Operational Leadership Seminar. Watch for more information very shortly about that. As Director Cox said, the Hoagland Seminar is March 2nd and 3rd. We are planning out for several day trainings and we're going to try to mirror what we're doing in Ocean City, maybe out west in April or May timeframe. We're putting a training plan together for our SAFER grant. There are currently 2 scholarships out for the SAFER grant for staff and command and the Fire Department Safety Officer Association annual conference. Please spread the word. We haven't got many applicants for that. And lastly, our chaplain corps is very active, and the chief chaplain's here today, but they really ran and are doing a lot in the state. So that's all I have for updates, unless you have a question for me.
Thank you, JJ. And good to see you here, Chappie. Good to see you today. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Maryland Fire Rescue Memorial, followed by Transportation Committee.
Good morning. It's interesting that we're meeting in Westminster because way back in 1965 when yours truly moved to the illustrious county of Carroll, I spent some time here prior to Uncle Sam getting me. It's a pleasure of being here. My report was submitted. I thought it was added there. If not, it's there? Okay, because I couldn't find it again. Anyhow, reference some things I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but the big thing is right now we continually are working with the architect and the construction company who originally did the memorial on our phase 3. We hope to start commence early of 2024. Basically, we're not changing the overall look of the existing memorial. The game plan is, if you go down the site, we're going to add big plates because that's what we're running out of space. We're going to add big plates to the back side of the 2 existing walls that you see on the front side, and we're going to extend the brickwear, okay? So on the back side of the wall where there's grass, we're going to, again, there's going to be brick and make that more accessible. The other big thing is because we've been having problems with citizens that don't have a place to live, so we're putting in, and some of this cooperation is going to be with the state of Maryland, a better security system. The security system, when we were down there the other week, we're basically, now we have access, we can keep an eye on the front side of the memorial, but down by the fountain, especially when the leaves are up, it's difficult. So we're looking at a better security system for that. The other thing that I've been sort of frustrated with for a long time, although we're a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization, if we go out and buy something, we don't have to pay taxes. But when we're out there hustling and selling you folks T-shirts, coins, the gala, technically we're supposed to be collecting sales tax. So last year at the reception, at the president's reception in Annapolis, and Comptroller Learman showed up, and I got to give her credit. She's trying to catch up with Louis. I'm not sure she ever will, but she's doing a daggone good job of it. And she spoke to Gene and I a little bit that night, and she said, we'll be in touch. Since then, Guy and I go way back, being a former employee in Howard County. Guy goes, Senator Zone was very important to the fire service, both volunteer and career. And so we set up a meeting with the senator. And one of the things I'm going to be asking from you folks is when Senator Gazone is going to be introducing a piece of legislation, that piece of legislation is going to exempt not only our organization, but any nonprofit organization exempt from taxation under 501(c) of the Internal Revenue Code that maintains a memorial on property that is owned by the state. And when we chatted with those folks originally, we had to be careful on how we're presenting this, because we don't want every nonprofit in the state of Maryland to piggyback or to say, well, why can't we get that exemption? So the selling point, and both the comptroller and the senator has agreed that they're not placing our name on the bill. They're basically saying a nonprofit organization exempt that maintains a memorial on property, because the memorial site technically does not belong to us. Okay? So Senator Gazone's folks said that they'll be back in touch with me. We will want someone to speak. And so again, I'm reaching out to your legislative committee, and I'm hoping that the executive committee will support us in those efforts. Again, we're not talking a lot of money, but in our situation, every cent that we raise is a lot, and so it be. The other thing, there's been some, currently, my list, and I got with the chief chaplain a while ago, we're showing 8 names that are going to be honored in Annapolis next June. And again, here it is. We're almost to double figures, and this is why, again, I never thought that we would be in this situation to have to add plaques, but we are. And so currently, we receive paperwork from the Naval District of Washington for an individual, Frederick County DFRS for an individual, Howard County DFRS for an individual. We're waiting on paperwork from Sandy Spring. We've received paperwork from Kensington Volunteers. We're waiting on paperwork from Baltimore City for their 2. And then Antietam Fire Company, a person up there has sent me information from a death on 5/23 of 1923. So the biggest thing, I need someone from Antietam Fire Company to get a hold of us, the sooner the better. Last but not least, we talk about funding. And I'm kind of reaching out to you folks. I know you all represent the entire state of Maryland. Every county is represented at this table. And I know you folks are out there beating the paths, and I appreciate what you do in your counties. But when we look at our costs for the memorial, basically maintaining the memorial site is our biggest cost. We're currently dealing with the vendor. Matter of fact, I am trying to find out, I'm trying to get more vendors maybe interested. But we need some help. And so recently, matter of fact, I was very pleased. I came home from a meeting that one of the county auxiliaries sent us a check that I didn't have to go out and arm twist for. And that's greatly appreciated. So in your travels, I would just ask that you folks at your county meetings say a word or two. They can go to our website, and our biggest profit maker, and with us getting ready to add more bricks to the site, our most profitable item that we sell is those bricks, the $100 brick and the $500 brick. So, and the bricks in Annapolis that are placed down there, don't have to have somebody who's been deceased. If you want to honor somebody, special recognition. And last year, which I think is really nice, we had a volunteer fire department in Southern Maryland. When they did their top 10 for operations, and I think also for administration, instead of giving those individuals a sweatshirt, T-shirt, hat, ring, or whatever, they bought a brick. And it was, when I was down there the other day, it was nice to see those bricks all in a line. And again, again, I appreciate your all's support. Don Mooney had a dream. And I've got to admit, when I first met with Don, I told him he was crazy. It wasn't going to happen. And I had to eat my words later on. But I think, again, when I see what is out there, we have something that's very, very, very nice and something that we all should be very proud of. And that did not happen without a lot of support in this organization. And that's why the flag, for those of you who weren't at the gala, we recently, we got a new logo. So that particular flag flew at the site from our June program last year until the first, I think it was second week of July, when the new flag. And then our indoor flag that we used for Ocean City for on the stage, we gave that to the Pro Board, and I think that's being mounted at Mifree in College Park. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts. And Madam Treasurer, see me before you leave, because I got some checks. And one thing, I'll do another sales job. I know they're feeding you real good here, but if you're spending the weekend in Westminster, or any time you're in Carroll County, the Mission Barbecue, which is right up the street, we are their recipient, and well, 3 of us was just there last Sunday to receive another check to the tune of $1,300. And since that store's opened up, they're just under giving the memorial $15,000 selling the cups. And again, I want to thank the Westminster Department, because although we was suggested as the recipient, the officers and membership of the Westminster Fire Department agreed with the Mission Barbecue that we be the recipient. And again, anywhere you go in Maryland, I know that a lot of the Mission Barbecues are supporting the Maryland Fire Service. We need in turn to do what we can to help them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Any questions for Memorial? Thank you, Dennis. Wayne, you think you can get done in 8 minutes?
Yeah, I'm holding up lunch. Good morning, everyone. To say it's been a tedious, frustrating process with this recertification is an understatement. And I think the staff at the office, Kate and Lynn, will echo that. So patience is a virtue that sometimes gets tested. The issue with the database, we get from coordinators, we're getting lists without checks, we're getting checks without lists, we're getting checks without even knowing who people are sent to the office. So this is a work in progress. We'd like to get you to reiterate, to go back to the guidance that has been distributed to all the coordinators and have them go by that. They're not submitting the forms when the old tags have been sent money for recertification. The VR 124 has to be filled out. That's not being done. We had some communication issues in April. Some packets didn't get back to 5 counties, so they're just now starting with their recert. But we are a little north, I think, of $10,000, so we've had 1,000 recerts so far. So it's progressing in the right direction. Mail has been an issue, and this is a PSA also for fire companies to watch out for. Check your reconciliations really close. Mail's getting stolen in Baltimore is what we've figured out. We had a check from Waterwitch Fire Company, and we've had some mail issues with getting recerts back to us at the office. People say they send them in, they don't show up. So people are looking to steal your checks. and we got bilked out of about $35,000 of water, which fortunately was covered by the insurance, the FDIC insurance, but we had to change our accounts because somebody got a hold of a check and made out bogus checks to personal people in St. Louis and Baltimore and such. So watch your accounts that you have, and with that, we're going to look at trying to do an electronic mechanism in the future for sending in money, since mail has been an issue, and try to do more things electronically. With the research coming up, a Google form will be developed for the future to make things a lot easier with amendments, so that it's a work in progress. We're still having problems with people trying to register commercial vehicles that they own, like for a lawn mowing company and such. They cannot be issued FD tags. So, and also relatives of people who are not members of the fire company, if they're member of the fire company's name is not on the title, we can't issue a tag. So after we get this finished, we're going to be sending out lists that we've gotten from one fire company saying these people are no longer members. We're going to send those lists out to the coordinators because people may have transferred to another fire company rather than saying, okay, you can't have tags anymore. So we're gonna try to work on that. We're not going to automatically send that to MVA for them to send out to as a tag pickup. That's pretty much all I have, unless any folks have any questions.
Any questions for Chief Tone? Very good. Mitch, go ahead and do the vehicle committee.
Okay. How about now? There it is. Okay, Mitch Folk from the Presidential Vehicle Committee. I'm glad to hear that we have the AEDs coming into the President's vehicles. Then when we go deer hunting, we can use the AEDs to maybe revive the deer. And my point is, we had another accident. Insurance company's been notified. Therefore, we'll hopefully get the payment back when the car is fixed. And when we have the car, it has not been labeled yet, so the doors will be labeled and the radio will be installed on that vehicle. It might be cheaper if we just issue rifles instead of the AEDs. I mean, it might be cheaper to go deer hunting with rifles instead of the cars. Yeah. And as you heard, the AEDs are being bought, and that is coming out of the presidential vehicle account. Since we will not be buying a car this year, we do have the money in that account. Now, yeah, it depends how big the deer may be on the next one. Yeah, exactly right.
If so, it'll be purchased by insurance company.
And I can make fun of it because just on a personal note, 50 years of driving, never hit a deer. I've hit 4 in the last 2 years. So, I mean, I feel for them. Okay. That's the report.
Okay, any questions for the Presidential Vehicle Committee? Thank you, Mitch. We are exactly on time. Chief Chaplain Long, would you like to pray or, oh, I'm sorry, got money.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for your donation. I also want to let you know there will be a raffle at lunchtime back there at Teresa's table for the picture, so you will see them for tickets. The winner today for the 50-50 will win $205. Less sales tax, yes. Okay, and these tickets might not match everybody because we've got older blue tickets. I tried to keep them all the same color, so I'm going to hear oohs and ahs when it's not even close to you, but I'm sorry. All right, the number is 1522 482. 1522 482. Check your tickets.
Hands up and back.
Looks like Doug Alexander may have a hand up.
Thank you.
All right, Doug. Okay, Chaplain Long, would you be kind enough to lead us in prayer?
Please join me for prayer. Almighty God, as we take this moment to fellowship and
break bread together, Father, we ask you to bless this food and bless those who have prepared it, and continue to give us the wisdom and knowledge we need to continue this meeting. We ask this all in your name. Amen.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the afternoon session to order. Before we get started, Roger Stager is recovering. He is home, and I believe he's watching us on the video. Also, Ron Block is ill this weekend. He is watching from home. If necessary, we need to have the votes for quorum or whatever. They will be available via whatever means possible. Telephone, cell phones, whatever. So they're with us, guys. Hello. Hope everybody's doing well. And I'll wait here for Vice President Skip to come aboard. Lynn, you want to go ahead and give your report while we're waiting for Skip? I don't know where he went. Lynn, you want to do scholarship, didn't you? Susan and Frank are coming up. Oh, okay. Come on, Susan. We're going to go ahead and do the scholarship report. So Vice President Carey gets here, we'll work him in.
Can you hear me?
There
Oh,
we
gosh.
go. Now
Sorry, yes you can. My apologies. Good afternoon, my name is Susan Mott. I'm representing our chairperson, Lynn Hawkins, to present our report today. The committee is excited to announce the Scholarship Committee received $53,000 in funding through the Baltimore County Foundation. This funding was allocated money remaining in the Maryland Survivor Scholarship Fund. The foundation reached out to the MSFA and was able to facilitate the transfer of funds for the MSFA to administer as part of our program. We thank the MSSF for their partnership and trust in the MSFA to award these funds over the next few years. We will have more to come on this distribution. The MSFA will now be administering a $3,000 scholarship for the next 10 years, named the Charles O'Reilly Fire Arson Investigation Scholarship. First priority will be given to an active volunteer who is a full-time United States University student enrolled in a bachelor's degree program in fire arson investigation. Second priority will be a career firefighter, God bless you, working within the state of Maryland and enrolled in a bachelor's degree program in fire arson investigation. The MSFA scholarship website has been updated, and it now has scholarship applications which are easily filled out. Potentially, the scholarship recipients will require to have 35 points through LoSAPT and submit proper documentation. The Scholarship Committee continues to work to find new sponsorship opportunities for different levels. The committee has been working to create a proposal to have a scholarship fund which will accept donations from individual fire companies and to recognize someone they wish to honor. The donations will have various levels, such as lieutenant level, $100, captain level, $200, the chief level, $500. The donors will be recognized in the convention program book. Donations will be accumulated in the scholarship fund and dispersed in increments of $1,000 to any active member who meets the guidelines of the current scholarship program. The recipients may attend in-state, out-of-state, in-person, or online learning. That is our report, sir.
The Baltimore Foundation, that's quite a community foundation. It's quite a very positive for us.
We are very fortunate to have it,
They reached out
sir.
to us. That's really,
Yep.
really great to be able to use that funds and still continue it to the emergency services and to benefit us. So, any questions for the Scholarship Committee? Kate?
Is there a motion that needs to be addressed to approve that program, the proposal?
Not that I am aware of.
Can we?
I think it should
believe we do.
come as a proposal, from the scholarship committee to the executive board to the membership.
Correct.
Therefore, I would like to make, as a member of the scholarship committee, and thanks to you, Frank, for getting the ball rolling with this thing for these donations, the 1, 2, and 500. for a scholarship accumulative grant. So I wish to make the motion to accept the recommendation of the scholarship committee for their monetary new adventure.
Second, Randy. Okay. Further discussion?
Question.
Steve?
For the maker of the motion, you're accepting the recommendation, and also, can you add to that that will be one of the scholarships that will be presented?
So move.
So amended. Randy, okay with that? Very good. Seconded as amendment. Frank, do you want to say something further, sir?
Any questions? I just wanted to.
I'm speaking for Lynn, too. So it's not actually a separate scholarship. It's increments of scholarships that people, or donations that people can make to the general scholarship fund. So it's not going to be a specific scholarship that, they'll donate in memory of someone or for somebody or in their name of, but the money will go into the general scholarship to be dispersed as the committee sees fit. So it won't be a specific separate scholarship.
No, they won't give 100 to you, 2 to him,
Right.
5 to her.
Right.
But I
We're
thought,
marking $1,000 increments.
right, but I thought I heard you were doing a scholarship for arson investigation.
There was actually a scholarship included, right?
That's separate.
Okay.
That's separate.
That's the volley we have now. It's not a separate one.
That's the one we would have to act on.
That's
Oh,
one
okay, so
current.
either way, yeah,
Yeah.
so then the Riley scholarship would need to be voted on as well.
So,
Okay, so that was already approved by the board, the Riley scholarship.
So we need to, we've already have the scholarship approved itself.
See it corrected.
So we'll remove that the additional amendment to the motion. We don't need the scholarship information. Okay. So we're approving the program as presented by the scholarship committee. That's all we have to approve at this point, correct? Frank, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
I think it'll take a little bit of time till we can get up to the $1,000, but I believe with 370 volunteer fire companies, there's got to be 348, I'm sorry. I gave us some extra ones. 348 volunteer fire companies that someone out there wants to do something in memory or of someone. So I just think it can work. We just have to get it out there. And also, the other thing is when you, in the convention book, when you list those names and you list who they are in memory of, whatever, I think that is going to help advertise this whole entire program.
And am I correct, the money from the Baltimore Community Foundation, that is actually, we are managing that fund, correct? Yes. That is not actually money coming to us directly. That is a management of that fund.
We actually received this check.
We did receive a check? Yes. Okay.
It's been transferred to the MSP.
Okay, so we actually do have the actual funds from that. Okay, that's what I was not clear on. Okay. When I was reading it the other day. Okay. Checks in the bank. Thank you, Mitch. Okay. Any further discussion? Who else? Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that this is tied to this motion because I'm not clear on the motion, but the comment in here of the 35 points for LoSAP, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think all of our counties use LoSAP. So that would be a disclaimer to part of our member companies and their potential folks to be able to apply for the scholarship if you use the 35 points through LoSAP to submit with their
So currently,
application.
our application does say LoSAP on it, the current one. Yes, it says LoSAP on it, and there has been no discrepancy or no problems with it to date.
But what do you do for somebody that is in one of those jurisdictions?
The
or
income tax
counties?
incentive would be the way to go, that point system. There's a point system within the law for those counties that do not have LoSAP. I think we probably need to reference that LoSAP and or the state-approved point system. I think we need to probably amend it so, right, the tax exempt, because there is, what Dale's referring to, there's only 12 counties, I believe, with low SAP, but everybody's eligible for the income tax incentive, and within the state law, there actually is a program point system. So that is what that these other counties use for their tax incentive. So I think we need to, the verbiage somehow to say low SAP, county low SAP point and or income tax incentive program points. I think that would probably be the best way to address it, right?
That can be added to the application.
Yeah, we'll modify the application.
Application.
It's very simply done because Lynn and Kate have worked really hard to make it so that it's all online now, which makes it easily modifiable.
Whatever your county is, right. So it's whatever is accepted by that particular county for the points. Right. Well, but some counties just have to use the low SAP for the income tax incentive, vice versa.
The income tax incentive is used for everything.
Right.
So that you can just do away with the low SAP, that way there's no question about it. If you make the 35 points for the tax incentive, you got it.
Okay. We'll change the tax incentive.
The only thing with the LoSAP is,
However, you have people that don't file income tax incentive, so you better do both. 16-year-old kid doesn't follow the income tax incentive, so we need to do both. We need to include indoor, okay. Okay,
and we can get those numbers from the LoSAP coordinator in each of the counties
Yeah.
too.
Yes.
So that's available.
right. So the point that, right, do the and or,
Right.
the point Dale brings up is very valid, that we need to make sure we have everybody covered. And like I said, the 16-year-old wouldn't do income tax incentive, so, you know, at any rate, the motion, I believe, reads to accept the recommendations of the scholarship committee as presented and go forward, because it's just in writing. And just accept the recommendations of the scholarship committee. Is that sufficient for the motion? Is that the original motion? Okay, Doug.
As amended.
Everybody clear on the motion?
Yeah, as amended.
Okay, the motion is to accept the program as presented by the scholarship committee, seconded by Randy. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Okay.
So
Any-
one last comment, if I could, sir, is that we really need to push the scholarship out there. I know in Carroll County, we're pushing it very hard. These young people that are working jobs and trying to go to school and trying to have a future, they sometimes don't know this information is out there. So if you could make sure that you mention it at each one of your county meetings and let them know that it is available to them, we'd really appreciate that support.
Great. Any other questions for the committee? Thank you all very much for the hard work. It's a great idea.
Thank you.
Great program. He's off the back step of the pumper? Okay, sir. Mr. Vice President Kerry has requested the floor.
You know, we call this a brother and sisterhood, and it is. And as a brother and sisterhood, we tend to act just like siblings. We fight for each other, we make fun of each other, and we just enjoy, have a good time. So several years ago, I had the misfortune of backing my MSFA vehicle into a van, Ocean City Fire Department van. Well, that's just a... And as such, at Prince Frederick, when we had the executive committee meeting, every time I came up to the podium, a backup alarm played. So I kind of thought that was funny. I enjoyed it. So I thought it's only fitting that our latest member of the Crash Club had some recognition. So, Kate, could you come up here a minute? Two things, hon. I got you a deer so you could recognize it. And since most hunters like to have a trophy, I got you your Hey, we need a picture of this, folks. And we only do this because we're friends. because like she said, she's got to.
Okay, moving right along. Legislative branch, and Chief Phillips, would you like to begin, sir?
Guilty. Thank you very much. The report for the Legislative Committee was filed late, but yes, it's on the website now. So I'm just going to hit some of the highlights of it. Excuse me very much. I'm going to start with the agenda for this year. I brought some of this up before. The committee met with the presidents early on, came up with an agenda, and as was spoken here earlier by Dr. Delbridge, the first thing we're really looking for is to work with our partners and finding an ongoing, sustaining avenue of revenue for the MSOF. As Dr. Delbridge mentioned, MSOF will be broke by sometime in 25. FY25, it's not going to have any funds. And yes, it does provide funds for MIFRE, MIMS, MISPAC, shock trauma, and the MSFA benefits, or the members of the MSFA benefit through the state 508 AMOS funds. That fund in and of itself has been stagnant at $15 million a year for many, many years. And everything else going up, it's not getting any new funds. So coordinating with the partners, just like the executive director mentioned, they have a meeting this coming Thursday, and I'm sure this is going to be a topic of discussion there. How do we address this? Anybody that's talked to anybody from Annapolis has heard one thing in particular, on and on and on. There is no money. But we're asking for money. We're trying to find money. We're trying to find people to help us find money. Another thing we've got on our list here, again, has to do with money. VCAF. VCAF, if you take a look at the gross amount of money they have, it's a fairly decent amount of money. But the fact that most of it is and has already been lent out, there's not much to lend out. So we're looking for more money for that, to build that fund back up to more represent what it costs to buy things today. Two things, that's both money. We're back again trying to increase our income tax subtraction. So not only are we asking them to give us money, we're going to be asking them not to take as much money away from us. So, it's like one of these balancing acts. But again, we've been sitting here, we've maxed out, we've been trying now for 4 to 5 years to get this increased. Every year it's a different issue. We're still fighting the fight. Beyond that, we get to another topic that's already been talked about, and that's the Commission to Advance and Strengthen Firefighting and Emergency Medical Services within Maryland. Long title, the bottom line is, how do we do better at recruitment and retention? And we're asking for, it was brought out, MACO took this on as a project this year. They came to the MSFA to start with, and it expanded from there. The Commission, Senate Bill 414 was passed. The Commission started working actually while we were in convention this past June with the first meeting. It's been a weekly and monthly meeting schedule. The Department of Labor was very instrumental in helping us. And we had the survey. Everybody took the survey, or not everybody, but I think she said over 2,000 people have. And that information was gathered, discussed, rendered, whatever you want to call it. A study was put together, it was reviewed, should have been, or was supposed to be, given to the state legislature yesterday, December the 1st. What are we looking for? We're looking for incentives to get people to become members of a volunteer or career fire company, EMS, and not only just become members, but to stay. Some of the things that were talked about, I'm not going to tell you what was in it because that's up to somebody else to bring up. But we were talking about how do we get people to come in. Some of the issues that we were talking about. Educational money. If a person becomes a volunteer or career person, can we help them get an education? Does not necessarily have to be in the fire service. It could be in other things. But an education's forever. They spend time volunteering. We help them get that. childcare was something. Volunteers have problems with childcare. You get up in the middle of the night and you got to go, take a call. What do you do with your children? Daytimes, other times, trying to get some assistance such as that. And there was another one I had in my, access to health care. State of Maryland has a health care system. And maybe we could use this as an incentive, better rates, better coverage, whatever. These are just some of the things that have come up with. And everything costs money. The good part about this is there's a trade-off. It's going to cost money when you have to start hiring people to do what we do as volunteers. And it's going to cost a whole lot less to help us have volunteers than it is going to be put on 24/7, 365 staff. So anyhow, that has taken place. The study, like I say, was completed on time, actually a little ahead of time, and was supposed to have been turned over as of yesterday. The next thing I have on here, our legislative session this year begins on January the 10th, carries on through midnight April the 8th. That's when the official party or circus, I'm not sure which one it is, takes place in Annapolis. It's a long period of time there. The Maryland Fire EMS Coalition, which in the past several years has been chaired by Delegate Marvin Holmes. This past summer, I spoke with him in Ocean City, and he said that he was going to be stepping back from that. He in turn spoke with Senator Mike McKay to chair that coalition, and the senator has agreed to do so. We've already had one meeting, excuse me. We've already had one meeting this year, and it was an organizational meeting. We've set up our meetings and our times and everything, and that took place just this past week. We will be starting the week after, the Monday after session goes in. We will be starting with that. No. That's your meeting. I'm talking about EMS. I'll get you in a minute. As I was just prompting, the Friday morning meetings that have been hosted by or facilitated by the Fire Marshal's Office for the past many years will continue on. This year it starts January the 5th, which is the Friday before session starts. The past several years, it's been moderated by Fire Marshal Kirby Travers. He did retire this past year, and we have a new moderator for that. I'm trying to remember who. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, it is Teresa. She will be taking care of that for us this year. Yes. So yeah, she's put out her marching orders. She's already got her itinerary and how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. So yes, she will be doing that. This is a very important meeting that we have every Friday morning. We have partners from all over the state that attend this meeting, both in person and through a Zoom or a platform, video platform somewhat. So that is going to continue on and take place under her tutorage. And the last thing I have is, again, we are going to have our annual legislative reception. It'll be January the 16th, 2024, between...
$5. I have $5 going off right now.
Between 1,700 and what?
$5 for Bessie Marshall. Phone went off.
Oh, okay. January 6th, between 1,700 and 1,900 hours. It will be at the Calvert House. Last year, that was the first time we had it there, and it was, I would consider, an overwhelming success. We had many more people than we'd had in the past, and it was a lot of conversation. Anybody that was there on behalf of the MSFA spent time all night speaking with other people, and that is a good thing. We got our name out there, we got our face out there, we were getting our mission out there, and it really worked out well. That concludes my report for the Legislative Committee.
6 or 16?
16.
Time?
1,700 to 1,900. Anybody else from the executive?
Any other questions for Legislative Committee? Okay. Well, something else you want to go? You had something else on?
That's all I got with this
on
one.
yours. Okay. Bob?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My report was submitted. I think Thursday night was the federal legislation because I was trying to get more information on The first item on my report was a National Move Over Law Day resolution that two senators introduced, and working with the National Volunteer Fire Council and Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firemen's Association to endorse those bills. I submitted a letter, talked to the president, and submitted a letter for the MSFA endorsing that, and also sent letters to our two senators to ask them to co-sign on to that resolution. Did hear back from the senators, and they said they would look at it. So that's where that stands. Been researching. I haven't been able to find a bill on thomas.gov, but I did get a number. It's Senate Resolution 734. And my understanding is it has been assigned to a committee to study that. So that's the big thing. The other thing, as far as legislation, because they couldn't do nothing there for what, a month, because the House was in disarray. But we got to continue to work on trying to get the funding back up on the AFG program and the SAFER program. Those two things still there hanging, so we need to keep working on that. That's the big thing from the federal. Talking about the making a National Move Over Law Day. Since November the 27th till December the 1st, we killed 4 responders on the highway. One firefighter that was struck back in February of this year died, and then a tower, and just Thursday, 2 Nevada state troopers got hit on the same incident and got killed. So we're up to 40 responders struck this year on the highway and killed, compared to 51, and we still got a month to go, so hope we don't get there. The other thing, and I guess Dave may report on that, but Dave is now president of the Cumberland Valley, and one of the things we're doing through Cumberland Valley and responder safety is got a survey on the website for struck bys or near misses. And we would ask anybody that is involved in anything like that, or any of your companies in your area that may have the near miss or struck bys, to go in and fill that survey out. It's a drop-down survey. It's very easy to do. It probably takes you about 15 minutes to do it. Nobody else in the United States is collecting that information. So we're trying to get that so that we can get more money from a federal highway to promote and make sure that this is happening. The other thing is, you're seeing now a lot of the states increasing the penalties for not moving over and struck down, or not moving over, or being involved in an accident that way. And it was something I was thinking about. Maybe we could look at, maybe talking, and maybe not do it this year, but work on increasing the fines and the penalties for the state of Maryland. Texas had just increased theirs, and they added into theirs that there would be jail time. So these other states are really cracking down on the not moving, the people not moving over. So that's pretty much it right now for federal legislation. Until they get back rolling again and decide to make a permanent funding stream for next year for the government. That's one of the big things right now.
Any other questions? Mark?
Bob, is Senator Kagan still trying to do something as far as 211 and 311 in Maryland? Is she still working on that project?
I cannot answer that. I don't remember the last conversation I had with her on those topics. It's been some time since she and I spoke on that, that's for sure.
Okay. I was at a meeting recently, and it was sort of brought up that she was still trying to work on that initiative, and it was probably not going to be a good thing if they were combined.
I know from in a meeting, just a follow up on that,
when they were addressing it to the different senators in that one meeting, they were all like, well, if I'm going through a different county, I'm going to call 311. I'm not going to know where I'm at. So that was a question, and I think that was like almost muddying the waters from them to go. Plus, a lot of the counties that were in that meeting, they already have 311 set up, and they would lose their people, and they didn't know where they were going to put them. And it was like a very convoluted mess, and I don't think anybody's really pushed on it lately, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I could see that being a disaster from my previous career, believe me. Okay, any other questions for Bob regarding federal legislation? Okay, we'll do out-of-state coordinator.
Sure thing. Since our last meeting, we were at the Pennsylvania Firefighters Association Convention in Harrisburg. President Eric and Vice President Simpson and Kerry were there, and Kate and Lynn, we were there, represented that. That was held in Harrisburg. They didn't decide what they're going to do yet next year, so we'll wait on that. Also, we attended the Delaware Convention with the 3 presidents, and there was 8 past presidents that attended Delaware luncheon that we always attend. So we're trying to keep that relationship going, building it more with the younger people coming in or the new people. I have passed out a list to the officers, both men and women, of the Delaware officers for this year. So they have that information. The secretary also got a copy of that. Next year, the Delaware Convention will be in Rehoboth Beach. I don't have a date yet, but I'm sure it'll be close to what their dates have been, if the facilities are available down there. So, and the last thing, in October at the Cumberland Valley booster meeting, it was brought up on the floor by resolution to change the name of the Cumberland Valley Firemen's Association to the Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firefighters Association. And they did that by resolution because we can't change the bylaws until the annual convention, which is held in August. So we'll live off the resolution till then. Other than that, that's it.
Very good. Any questions for Bob? Also, Bob, just so you know, and Kate referred a Chief Harris out of Claymont, Delaware, yeah.
Claymont, Delaware.
Regarding how we do funding, they're looking at some things in the state of Delaware. I did talk to him for about an hour. Hopefully it helped, but they're looking at some same issues we are, which are funding and personnel. Just that simple. It's not Maryland. It's not one state. It's a national issue.
Well,
so,
one thing about Delaware, most people I think know, but they get a lot of the money from their insurance.
Yeah, Maryland has Maryland has an insurance tax.
Yeah.
Maryland does have it, but it's buried in the general fund and has been for decades. We've tried back when Bernie Smith, I think, was legislator. I went down on how many hearings years ago, when I was in insurance, trying to promote using the insurance tax for what it was designed for, which was to support the fire service.
Right.
But Maryland puts it in the general fund. They do collect it. Delaware gets millions out of it. So you're exactly right, but I think it's a dead issue. We've tried it before, and I don't know if we'd ever get
well,
it.
I even tried it back when I was president.
Yeah, but they do. Yeah, we've been involved and we've tried, but that's a golden egg in the state of Maryland. So.
Right, and I was told don't even think about
Yep. Okay. Any other questions for Bob? Thank you, Bob. Teresa.
We just have one thing. We want to do the raffle tickets for the picture. Thank you, everybody, for their donation, but the ticket number is 338-98872. Anybody?
98872.
98872. 338-98872. Me?
You can thank me later.
Congratulations.
Again, because I'm not taking the picture. That's
And
fine.
next on deck will be Rick Udell and EMS.
All right, so the next ticket, next figure is not the same thing, is 338-99686.
Medical Services, and followed by AOS, BLS subcommittees, and SIMSAC. I think I heard it wrong. Very good. There we go.
You got it. Good afternoon. My report's been sent in electronically. Even President Smothers reiterated early, providers who want to indulge in alcohol just got a reminder that you don't drive any type of equipment, ambulance, so forth, if you decide to drink. The state medical director has asked to address issues regarding our ALS providers. As an ALS provider, you hold the highest level of certifications on a call. If you see a provider care issue, you have to intervene. You cannot sit back and let inappropriate care happen. Do not show up and just watch bad things happen. And if so, you could jeopardize your license. It's very, very important as an ALS provider. We are still addressing the hospital wait care issues. The hospitals are opening their eyes and get it. Hospital wait times are still an issue. Emergency Department Dramatic Improvement Effort, EDDie, is reporting to MIMS the 90% times. This 90% group captures hospital transfers of care from EMS and hospital staff times. Transfer time reductions are improving in 2023. 90% longest wait time is 124 minutes. The best in the state has been 10 minutes. Proposed renewal regulation change reviewed by SEMSAC and EMS Board supported EMT renewal continuing education hours reduction from 24 hours to 20 hours and makes the topics flexible to current and educational needs. There's a MIMS approved 12 hours skills competency included in your educational credits, but they have to make sure you have 3 years of MIMS protocols that are up to date and with your licenses requirement. Vaccination. Currently, EMS COVID and flu public distribution approval will sunset January 21st of 2025. MIMS will like legislatures to extend the legislation to allow EMS to vaccinate our own. The General Assembly feels the public is not in need of our help. Pat Garner needs our documentation to be able to confirm to the legislatures we are administering vaccination to the public. He would like to preserve that ability. The ALS state context is being reviewed since 2017. We have gradually introduced the state contact using the statewide medical director concern. Feedback important to make didactic education universal. Howard County is transfusing whole blood. The ground service is logistically heavy. It takes a lot of personal time, supply, and logistic time. The norepinephrine, the Model T pilot, is for patients who overdose and are not transported. It's getting off the ground. Baltimore City, Baltimore, and Frederick counties. This program encourages connecting patients to the next day treatment. The telemedicine program pilot is now available for Maryland physicians who have Maryland-based station training and are partnered with a Maryland operational program to treat low acuity patients. State proposed of esmolol, it's an IV beta blocker used for VF and VT, dual sequential external defibrillation for VF and VT cardiac arrest. MIMS will be looking at statistics to dispatch telecommunicator recognition of cardiac arrest in order to increase the initiation of bystander CPR within 60 seconds. NEMSIS and NHTSA compliance 3.4 and 3.5 will take place December 21st, 2023. They will impact the disposition of the call field. This will split how we report call arrival and transport. We're having a video make to review this information. Any jurisdictions which has software attached to eMeds will be affected. Billing also has information call from the patient care report MIMS. There's an effort to make everything work during the transition. Where do we stand in the transition away from the colors? It's problematic. Currently, the color system indicates the patient has been discharged, but they have not. We are aware the system is failing. Investigations and solutions are in effect. Carroll and Frederick County are having problems concerned about dispatch calls, specifically patient assist and third-party call for unknown medical historically. These calls were documented as either patient assist or no patient. Medical direction now requires a patient medical evaluation of any and all dispatch events with the association documentation. I can say you got to document when you're out there, period, the end. Document everything because it's saving your rear if you don't document. Very important. And it's always in your best interest so you don't come under any type of liability or liability for your company. It's very, very important. There should be a discussion on 9/11 dispatch update to eliminate patient assist and dispatch as a fail. It's been stated you need to document again what you saw, the disposition of the person, document what you see, and to eliminate your liability for lawsuit. This is just going to be re-edited. Dr. Chisholm has stated the patient's perception as if EMS arrives and puts them back in the chair, there's no further need for treatment. If the patient later decides there's a medical or trauma issue and contacts their primary medical doctor or hospital, your lack of documentation for the patient can jeopardize you for liability. Dr. Chisholm stated we do not dispatch chest pain as an aspirin assist. The lift assist is a fail. We need to update the communication board as a fail as a lift assist. MINS will meet with the communication board dispatch to update criteria information to disseminating on a personal call. We review adding continuing education regarding liability concerns or the new documentation. Whereas COMAR on the documentation, and this is being looked at. They're currently also looking at what compromises a unit going out. Is it 2 EMTs? Is it EMT and an EMR? It's up to the jurisdiction. There will also always be an EMT hire for patient care, and it can be an EMR if that jurisdiction decides to drive the unit. We also are requesting the rule for Toradol medication, should it be locked up in a narcotics locker, and Dr. Chisholm said that is a jurisdictional decision only. BLS, EMR, EMT examinations will remain the same, however they may be changing soon. EMS News has the nomination for the Maryland Star Life Award. From the Maryland State Police, they have 8 chief crews upgraded to flight paramedics. Presently, no medics in the midst. Have 6, but they do have 6 active medics and 10 pilots in various levels of training. From shock trauma, the main issue is the transfer of patients from the EMS unit into shock trauma. And the Stop the Bleed program is going very well. We have programs in need of instructors and support personnel looking to hire to Stop the Bleed coordinator. The most important thing out that I like to state is that it's a statewide program. You can be in a station and there's 1 paramedic and 2 BLS providers. A call comes in for an ALS call. The paramedic sends the unit out as a BLS because his company commander and he is a suppression driver. You take the call that comes in. You take the call that might come in. The state is looking at that very seriously. This is indeed a statewide problem, and they're taking a look at it quite a bit. Basically, that is my report. If there's any questions.
Any questions for Rick or the committee? Okay, hearing none. Who's doing ALS and BOS, or you all have a?
Oh,
I'm Mary Ann.
Mary Ann, okay.
Can you hear me? I no longer
Nope, get a little closer.
I don't have children at home, so I don't talk loudly
Now
anymore.
you go.
Okay. I am the ALS Subcommittee Chair of the EMS Committee. Right now, we are diligently working on the state content for ALS providers, which will be ready hopefully by March for the implementation to have them ready to take this before their recert for their ALS certification. And we are diligently working on trying to get all of the jurisdictions and all of the areas working together as an ALS provider is an ALS provider is an ALS provider across the state, similar to what an EMT is across the state. Thank you.
Any questions, Mary? Thank you. Susan, do you have BOS?
No, actually, I'm just here as support. I'm vice chair of the committee this year, so I'm just holding up the table to make sure that they didn't need me.
And you're always welcome. Any other questions for the committees? Okay, thank you very much. SIMSAC, who's doing that? Eric, you doing that? Mr. President? And Training Committee, MICRB, MIFRE Tech, all that will be next.
A lot of it you already heard, so I'm not going to regurgitate it. So unless you got any questions of, I do want to mention that Susan was nominated to the SIMSAC to be our representative, so we're just waiting to hear back. So she'll be filling Linda Deuce's chair. So we did submit 3 names a couple weeks ago, and it's kind of down in Annapolis there somewhere in that dark hole. But she'll probably be coming on here very shortly, if not by the end of the month, by the first part of the year, representing MSFA on SIMSAC. I think everybody knows how our sentiments for Linda as well as Bill. They were both staples for EMS, and both of them are going to be, Linda's certainly going to be sorely missed, and Bill's stepping back a little bit. But I do have a plaque for him for his services that he's provided for EMS, and I will deliver that to him if he's not watching tomorrow at a party he may or may not know about. A couple other things for everyone here, for the executive board. Please tell your folks that they need to come down to the trauma center or to the area-wide trauma centers and pick your backboards up. They are disposing of your backboard, so if you flown somebody or you drove somebody, it's either in a tent city in Baltimore being utilized, or it went to the recycle bin. You know, I think we know how expensive these backboards are, so I would encourage your folks that regardless of what unit comes to a trauma center in town, whether it's Hopkins or Bayview or one of the outliers, if you see the backboards, put them in your ambulance and at least get them back to their area. And then you can figure it out, you know, phone the chiefs and tell them to come get their stuff. But we shouldn't be losing property that you've spent hard money to raise or the county has purchased for the trauma center to throw them away. So it gets very cumbersome on that back loading dock, and I've walked by it numerous times. Summertime is probably the worst time, but they're just overflowing, and they have no idea. I would suggest that when you go, look in each one of the lockers, because they have no idea who 10-5 is or 6-69 is or whatever your county ambulance number is. They have no idea who that is, so they just stick a board in one of the lockers. Other than that, it's it's either trashed or somebody's using it to pitch a tent, so that's what's happening to your stuff. So if you don't get it back, they're chucking it. So I'm not in favor of that, but it is what it is. So I think if you got that you can send down on a weekly basis. Just do the run. Hit the trauma center, Hopkins, Bayview, and do the run and make sure you don't have equipment laying around. This stuff's getting way too expensive just to have somebody throw it away.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any other questions for any of the EMS-involved committees? Okay, Training and Safety Branch next. Training Committee. I didn't see Gary, but we do have a report. Okay, Mark, will you give him a report?
The committee has conducted 2 virtual meetings. One was in August, the other was in November. Committee's work group to review the 10-year plan. And the work group is working on developing a possible training needs assessment to include the MSFA needs assignments or assessments. And then training delivered November 18th, drift to failure presented by Chief Leroy Smith at Prince Frederick Firehouse. Approximately 40 people were in attendance. Other training is in discussion with Western Maryland in the spring, and working on dissemination of virtual training for the new reporting system coming out of the USFA. Next meeting will be in January, date to be announced.
Any questions for past President Bilger regarding the Training Committee? Hearing none. MICRB? Am I presenting that? MIFRE Tech? Bob?
Yeah, I think I, at the last meeting at Liberty Town, advised you all that my appointment was up, and I wrote a letter asking not to go back because I think I'd been on the committee for like 30 years. Time for me to move on and do something else and get off. I'm not sure they reappointed and filled my position because I just looked on the webpage. My name's still on the board. So I tried to get a hold of Chairman John Jerome. I know they met sometime here in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but I didn't have a date and I didn't get notice. Dan's on the board, but I think Dan was laid up from his operation or whatever, so he didn't make it to me. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm trying, was trying to get a hold of somebody down there to give the new officers, give them the name of their new officers so they can be invited to the board meetings because they're we're again a part of that partnership. So,
okay, do we need to submit a name to replace you, or have you been reappointed, or what's the status?
That would be up to the governor's office, and I'm sure the governor had somebody he wanted to put in my place.
Okay.
I'd like to say I'm not sure who it was or if he'd done it yet. But,
very good. Well, we'll put our feelers out while we're in Annapolis.
Right. Well, and I'll work trying to get hold of John Jerome, see what's going on too.
Very good. Thank you, Bob.
He retired from Howard County, so I don't
right.
know. The other thing from the commission, and again, we don't do a good job of selling it, and I would ask you all to sell it, is the Raleigh Scholarship. That used to be a reimbursement program, and then they changed it all and made it a scholarship. Well, unfortunately, for the last couple of years, we haven't been allocating all the money that's been put in the budget from higher ed for the scholarships. So we need to get out and sell that program. Here's another scholarship for our people that could, makes a good incentive for retention. So I'd ask you all, even though I'm not on the commission, I ask you all to help sell the program and get people to apply for the Raleigh Scholarship.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
And Dan, good to see you here today. Anything further on MIFRE Tech?
I think he's got it.
Very good. Good to see you, Chief. Good to see you and Bobby here. Thank you. Okay, Pro Board. I know Chief Robinson, Bob Rose, and see who else. Anybody else? Pro Board today. I know we have a few.
Stevens, our secretary.
Okay, I know we have a few items to go over. So, welcome, Chief, and welcome, Mr. Rose. Very good to have you all here.
Find a key here. There we go. Okay, I think most of you know Mike Robinson, Chair of the Maryland Fire Service Personnel Qualifications Board, and I'm Bob Rose, Executive Secretary. Our main order of business today is to ask your all's help in supporting the MFSBQB, and it won't cost you a dime yet. Now, I just want to give you a little synopsis, and Mike could give you a long dissertation in history, which he just did to the Pro Board during our site visit a couple of weeks ago, but I'll try to skip that. So I just want to give you a synopsis. All 23 counties in Maryland, county governments, joined into the board when it was formed back in the mid-'80s. There are 7 statewide organizations, which MSFA is one of them. 3 cities belong, and BWI Airport as a state agency belongs. Currently on our board, our membership board, there are 7 vacancies. 1 county has 2 vacancies, so that county is not represented. During our Pro Board site visit, which occurred, they come every 5 years, they were here in town about 2 weeks ago. One of the discrepancies they noted was the vacancies, and that we didn't have a procedure to fill those vacancies. Well, the procedure is it's up to the agency or the county jurisdiction to fill those vacancies. In addition to the 7 vacancies, I have 14 people that are missing some form of their contact information. Either we have no mailing address, no phone number, no email. So I've made a handout I'll make available to you when I'm done talking, but I'm going to keep this as short as I can. So what we're asking the members of the executive board to go back to your agencies that you represent and back to your associations, your county government, or whatever, to try to get people to fill these vacancies. In addition to that, I'd like to point out that last year we have one annual meeting a year. Again, back in the early days, they were meeting monthly, then every other month. Since we've incorporated and since the operation has been running up with the state office at MIFRE, we've, for many, many years now, we've had one annual meeting. It happens in Ocean City during the MSFA to make it convenient for everyone. Attendees that show up for the meeting, they get a lunch, they get a gift, and we conduct business. We hold our annual elections and vote on any important matters concerning policies or procedures for the board. Typically, those policies and procedures are things that are required by either the Pro Board or IFSAC to make us compliant with their current rules because they're constantly changing. So again, I'd like to ask your all's help to do that. Keeping in mind that the people that are nominated or appointed are appointed by your county government. So for most of you, that's going to be your county executive's office, and that would mean a signature of the county executive or the chairman of your board of county commissioners or some other body like that. If it's a city, it's the mayor of the city. A fire chief cannot appoint someone to these boards, to the board. The fire departments are not the member, it's your county governments, which this is very unique in pro board circles throughout the country. The other unique thing that we constantly get commented on is that they've never seen a state where they could get all 23 counties, career people, agencies, unions, state volunteer firefighter association, where they could get everybody to agree on anything. But in Maryland, we did get agreement to form the Maryland Pro Board. So that's quite a milestone for us, quite an accomplishment. So again, I'm going to give you guys a handout when I'm done so I don't take up too much of your time. It has highlights on here from our membership list of where we're missing someone. And I have a complete list of our members and the contact information that we have that's attached to it. I would ask that you keep this protected. It has people's personal contact information in it. So when you're done with it, either dispose of it or while you're using it, please keep it on a confidential basis because we don't want the stuff just laying around somewhere. That said, are there any questions on that part of it? Because I do have one more thing to discuss with y'all just as for information purposes.
Is there any information needed or action from us for any appointees, or all the vacancies just municipal and county employees?
Typically, they're county or maybe city. I don't think we have a city vacancy right now. The MSFA position is filled. It was, Don Howard.
That's what I have listed.
I'm missing contact information, and Dan Stevens.
Okay.
And so aside from that, again, I'll make these, and I have some additional just generic handouts that we had made up just a couple months ago before Pro Board came. I'll give everybody one of these. I'll make sure there's extras available in the back for anybody in the audience that wants one. We would ask all our members and all our delegates and all our representatives to promote certification within your areas as well. I mean, typically we see mostly the metro counties that have large combination career and volunteer departments are interested in this stuff. They base a lot of promotions on it. More and more we're seeing more counties get in tune to this. We do see a lot of activity, particularly in the southern Maryland counties, where people, volunteers, get their training, get certification, and then can readily get jobs, typically with Naval District Washington facilities like Dahlgren, Pax River. There are jobs out there for people to get certified. So if you can help your folks, I heard some of the previous comments about helping people, helping volunteers get educated, helping people to do that because it helps them in their personal and private life and to earn a living. Certification can do that as well. So we would ask that you support those activities. Anything to add, Mike, before I go
No,
on?
and to talk about the value of certification in Carroll County, we've hired 157 people purely on ProQual. We run about a 3-day orientation, and you have your correct credentials, we'll hire you. So we've come full cycle, and there's a lot of money that's spent for training academies where we can condense those, and it certainly helps with recruitment and retention, the fact that we have a certification system. And I just want to acknowledge what Bob does. Bob is our operations component, and he's there several days a week, and MIFRE assists us in partnership to fund Bob, and without Bob's daily activity and Grace, his assistant, we wouldn't get anything done.
The gray means I'm missing something, and I didn't put a key on there. 1's an address, 2 is a phone number, 3 is an email, or maybe vice versa. Like, if you look on the big list where everything is listed, you'll see what is missing. And I say that's what's missing. One other note is that thank you, sir. Sometimes occasionally you get stuff. Oh, sorry. You get stuff back with a bad address. So although I have addresses there, I'm not going to guarantee that they're any good. Yes. And the other thing, and just a point of something else that I think probably needs to be addressed, is that this past year we again tried to send out written invitations to all the representatives and alternates for the state meeting. And I did have one gentleman. This is just kind of anecdotal evidence of some of the issues we have. I had one gentleman call me and to tell me that his address was wrong. So I said, well, you got the mailer. What's wrong? Well, one number was wrong, but the mailman knew him, so he got it anyway. And I said, okay. I said, well, while I got you on the phone, are you coming to the meeting? Because we asked people RSVP. And he said, no, I'm not coming. He said, I went to one 20 years ago, and it was a waste of my time, and it's a long way to drive, so I don't think I'll be coming to it. So something else to look at, your representatives and alternates, is we need folks there to have a quorum to conduct business, and we need people that are going to be interested. So again, we'd ask for your help with that. One last thing I have is that the cost for certification is going to go up soon. Oh, here it is. So to make myself shorter, I'm just going to read from our executive committee meeting that was held in September. Effective January 1, 2024, the Pro Board, the National Pro Board that bills us for when we send certifications in, their fee that they charge us will be raised from $4.50 per certification to $7. That's the first raise since I've been in the office. Actually, it's the first raise since about 1992. Yep. So the Pro Board's going broke and funding all the stuff that they do, and they need the money, and of course that money has to get passed on to us, those fees. So, and this is a discounted price. Their price for people that basically mail direct to them is $15. So what we proposed at the executive board was to increase the fee we charge for a single certification from 10 to 15, and I'll give you the short version of this is we'll phase that in between now and next June. So as we update classes, as we update things, we'll be putting that price fee on the applications. And that was passed by the board. So just wanted to inform you all that will be going up from $10 to $15. For those of you that do participate, if it's budget money you have to look at or that sort of thing, you might want to consider that. And I would note also that part of the discussion was, and Mike knows this, that the $10 we were charging, even $15, is far cheaper than most agencies charge. A lot of agencies charge between $25 and $50 a piece. When our Pro Board site visit team was in town, they were impressed with the amount of business we did. We did 6,466 certifications last year, which was almost a record. They were very impressed by that. And one of the comments was that another agency in another state charges $300 for each certification and wonder why they don't get many certifications through their office. So that would be a big reason why. So the $10, even the $15, seems to be a bargain. and it'll keep us operational and fund our business that we do. And that's really all I have for you. Any questions?
Any questions for Bob? Thank you for coming today, Bob. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Again, I'll have some of these handouts I'll put on the back table for others if they're interested.
Hold on, stand by. Oh, I'm sorry, Skip has a question. Here we go.
When the ones of us that were interviewed by the pro board, were we successful or marginal or what?
Oh, for the site visit?
Yeah.
Yes, the site visit team, and again, it was just 2 weeks ago they were in. They found a few discrepancies that they wanted things fixed. MIFRE staff stayed and worked into the night most nights, and by the next morning, anything they found that they thought was a problem, and I say that, there's discrepancies and there's recommendations. So everything they asked to be done was done before they left town. So they left town with us not owing them anything. So we anticipate that the National Pro Board Board of Accreditation, which will be meeting early in January, I think the day before the National Pro Board Conference starts in Florida, they meet, and we anticipate our accreditation being renewed at that meeting for the next 5 years. And just so you know, IFSAC is coming to town in 2 weeks. Pro Board changed their schedule, so they both come in the same year now. IFSAC will be hitting us the week of December 11th. They'll be here for 3 or 4 days with a team of 4 people. They'll be doing almost the same thing, going through all our test banks, all our policies, all our procedures to make sure that we meet the IFSAC requirements and comply with NFPA 1000, which is the standard for certification. There's a standard for issuing standard certifications. Yes.
Very good, Bob. Anybody else have questions regarding the training? Okay, thank you guys, greatly appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Mike, Safety Committee on next, followed by High School, Rural Water, and Standards Committee, which may not be reporting. We'll catch the next up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Most of you got my report. I want to apologize to you. I went to save it, and when I read it the next day, report of the MSFA Executive Committee. So I did a bad boy. I saved it and it changed the title. Anyway, you probably saw that. I sent it to most of you. We've had 2 meetings since the last executive committee meeting. And in that, when we went over the loss runs for the fatalities, it all goes back, like we've been talking for 10 years, heart attack. Heart attack's still at about 65% of your sudden deaths on or a death of any kind on this from what we do, firefighting and responding. I do want to share something with you, and I brought this up before. We did a little bit of research, and I handed this out at the safety committee meeting. If your local hospital, and mostly it's regional hospitals because they can afford to do it, they have to do a certain amount of outreach. And if they have a cardiac unit within their hospital, and if they have where you go for cardiac rehabilitation, most of the hospitals in Maryland will offer, if you're 50 years or older, 50 years or and if you are not under a cardiac care situation with a cardiologist or a post-cardiac event, they will allow you to do what they call heart screening. And there are counties, there are about 6 counties in the state of the 23 that do not offer any type of paid physical examinations. I have purposely gone once a year to Peninsula Regional Medical Center in Salisbury, even though I have a full exam every year of 2 exams, cardiac exam and a regular exam through Ocean City. But my wife and I have purposely gone to this and had it done, and it's a 12-lead EKG. It's looked at by a cardiologist, and they call you back and tell you the results. But for those of you, and I use the word poorer counties, the counties that won't fund any type of exam or local municipality, this is a easy way to get your people, or to ask your people to go and look for this. I've been told through the cardiac people that there's some of them are being funded now, not through the state, but through different pharmaceutical companies and all like that to help them out with the proactive activity that they're doing, trying to keep people from dying of heart attack. If you want more information on it, I can send it to you. Call me or email me, and I promise you I will tell you what's going on. I have been going to the one at PRMC for probably 7 years, and just as a backup, looked at by another cardiologist, but food for thought, guys, it's free. Free is beautiful. Our meeting in Kent Island, we talked about the coronavirus real quick. If you've got anybody that just doesn't believe it and they're very blasé about it, it's still happening in the state of Maryland. If you don't think so, we get the Sun paper in Ocean City every day, and I look at it. If you go to page 2 at the top, 3 times a week, they list all the coronavirus active issues in the state. If you got any hard-headed EMS people or anybody that's in denial about it, go and look at it and look at all the acute people that are in acute care. They're in whatever type care they're in, but typically it averages around 250 people in the state that are hospitalized today, if you look at tomorrow's paper, because of coronavirus. So it's still active in the community. I'm dealing with a young friend paramedic right now that's been in the hospital, and he's a runner. He runs 5 miles a day. He moved to Pittsburgh. He's a paramedic, and he's been in the hospital and scared the living crap out of him. So it's still active, so we cannot discount it. If you don't think so, again, go to the Sun paper every Wednesday, every Friday, every Sunday, and open it up, page 2 at the top, and make your people read it. It's staggering how many are in the state of Maryland. And this is reported by the Department of Health and Hygiene, and it's given to the Sun paper every 3 days. The next thing is cancer. I'm not going to beat this up because we all know about SCBA. What I will share with you, we have done some research with the Department of Environment and the director over in Baltimore. He spoke and did a really nice presentation at Kent Island. They also did an 8-hour class at Easton Fire Company, which was attended, believe it or not, by our sister states. West Virginia drove out to Easton, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia came up to it. They had a packed room. If those of you, anybody attended it. Bobby, did you go to it by any chance? And it was on lithium-ion batteries and what they found, and they put on an 8-hour, and I've heard from the chief of Easton, it was outstanding. What we got was a 2-hour presentation in Kent Island, and I'll make it simple. A false sense of security, typically when we see white smoke, we think of steam, or we think of the fire being suppressed. With these lithium-ion batteries, the hydrocarbons that's coming off of these when they start to fail, whether it's a cell phone or it's a bus on fire with lithium-ion energization, the white smoke is very, very hazardous. The lithium is bad for you. The metal that's burning and superheated, it's typically 3,000 degrees when they're off, when you got several units off. It's called propagation. When it takes off, that white smoke is bad stuff. They're not even worried about the runoff from it when you put water on it. They're not worried about that, Department of Environment. They're worried about the hydrocarbons coming off of it. When you drive up and you see white smoke coming from these cars or batteries of any kind. Also, just to give you a reference real quick, the Fire Department in Virginia and the Department of Environment for the state of Virginia has got a couple speakers. They came to Worcester County and gave a class. I've got the contact name. They are willing to come, including their convention, and speak on what they've done. They've been all over east of the Mississippi, almost every state, offering this either 4 or 8-hour program. We're going to try to get them at the convention. I was going to talk to our executive director. But there's a lot of things that's popping up that this is all new stuff that's happening. Another thing we've got going on around the state, whether you talk to Baltimore Gas and Electric or Potomac Edison or Chop Tank Electric or Delmarva Power, is they're getting ready to add battery farms to areas that use, like this area is growing, Sussex County, Delaware, Ocean City at 100th Street by the water tower. They're getting ready to put battery farms in, which is a backup system for them. So basically they have just traded land, Skip probably has heard about it, they've traded land in Ocean City, and they're getting ready to put these huge battery farms in, big as this room. So, and again, you've got the propagation of one battery catching fire and then the next one malfunctioning, and all of a sudden you've got all this stuff that we're not used to. And my whole reason for telling you this story is you need to contact, you as fire chiefs, and for the good of your people, you need to contact your local representative for your different utility companies, electric companies, and we have been dealing with the engineers. The engineers are the ones that really don't know a lot because this is new to them, but they know people that know a lot. And they can tell you what is happening in your local response area, and they can tell you what's going on in your region. So if you get a mutual aid call, but all this stuff is new to us, and when they do burn, or if they burn at a big magnitude, even the pump operator is exposed to it. If you smell it, it's not good for you. But again, it goes back to white smoke we never thought was being put out. The white smoke is very, very bad for you. And the director from the Maryland Department of Environment in Kent Island made that very clear to us. Be careful of that white smoke because we don't know what's in it, and it will kill you or cause problems down the road. I've got a handout, by the way. It's 4 pages, and I can get that to anybody. The Virginia Beach Fire Department gave me permission to share it with you guys. If you contact me, I'll just email it to you and you can use it. Those of you that don't need to reference this, the NFPA 855 standard, it's up to about 10 pages now. They keep adding to it almost all the time. Every time they meet, like people like Kenny Bush and all, they go and they meet as a group committee. That's being added to just constantly. It keeps growing. It started out at 3 pages. It's already up to 10. But they're talking about all the things that the solar farms, these big things are getting ready to put off Ocean City, wind turbines. They're talking about all this new supplemental electric that's being made now. They're talking about these battery farms, which are brand new, by the way, and it's just a backup system for them. Their transformer, these substations that we're used to going to, they're changing up. They just had a fire. They burned up 2 fire trucks in Alabama about 2 months ago. In these solar farms, if you'll notice the one at Y Mills, you heard this the other day, or if you look at some of them like over on the Eastern Shore, and I'm sorry, I don't know about over here, they don't cut the grass under them. So you get a subcontractor that comes up there to do some kind of work on these solar farms. They don't cut the grass. They park their vehicle. They get out. The catalytic converter sets it on fire. They leave it running. They hear the radios. They get scared. They drive off. They call the fire department. You drive up. All of a sudden, the panels on them are made of plastic. The conduit running from loop to loop to loop is made of plastic. The wiring, the rubber around it to seal them to keep water from it is combustible. And before long, you've got a fire that you don't know how to put it out. In this case, they went into an area and the wind changed on them and it set a brush truck on fire and burned an engine. They had to have it repainted. The problem was, and the issue is, we don't know a lot about them. And I'm leading up to this. We don't know a lot about them, number one. We've got one at Whaleyville on Route 50. You've probably seen it for Ocean City. That's strictly for Ocean City. You drive up, you see it on fire, you start to do your thing, and you don't know what it's exposed after it's burnt the conduit off, number one. The second thing is the wind changes, setting your vehicles on fire. And the third thing is you don't know about reverse energization. I'm not an electrical man, but there's a whole lot of issues with it. Now, real quick, if we get a call for any of these, contact on your way to the scene if it's confirmed fire, or even if it's not and somebody calls it in, and have your local distribution company, electric company, Baltimore Gas Electric, Chop Tank, Delmarva, whoever, respond to it. And I would not go into these areas until they get a rep on the scene, not some guy sitting behind a computer up in Christiana. You need somebody on the scene. So there's a lot going on. It's happening very, very quick with us. So you need to tell your chiefs to make a real good contact, or even go out and do some training. Go out and park your trucks one night and just look at these huge solar farms being built. God forbid in Ocean City, they're going to be 900 feet in the air and the oil catches fire, and we've got to go out there, and I'm not going to be going out there. I might, but I hope not. When you got some guy that's got heat exhaustion up in the air at 900 feet, and we've got to go up there and get him down, and that's that's the kind of stuff we're seeing. It could happen in Chrisfield. It could happen in Southern Maryland. So there's a lot that's changing in our fire response. Again, the director said he would come out from the Maryland Department of Environment and speak to all of you. He would assign, he's got regional techs in every region of the state. I would recommend you have him come to your meeting or training and let these people do a by Jesus with you, and work together so you've got some unilateral safety going on, because it's stuff that we're learning every time we go to a meeting or hear about it. It's just like, whoa, 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 whoa. So anyway, and backfeed's another issue. But anyway, that's pretty much it. These battery storage areas are getting ready to take off. One last thing on this, substations. Ocean City is getting ready to change over their buses over a period of a couple years. Our governor's really pushing it. Baltimore City's getting ready to change over to 175 buses are going to be all battery. In order to do that, from what they're telling us, you have to shove electricity through 1,600 batteries underneath a bus, and it takes a lot of force to do that, just like shoving water through a small hose, as we would equate a booster line. So you're going through these little tiny batteries, but 1,600 of them or 2,000 of them. A train that would be out in this area right here, which could have 5,000 or 10,000 batteries under it or with it to energize it, to keep it moving. And we're going to have to get training on it, but the issue is one battery propagation, it's called. One battery goes bad of those 1,600, then the next one goes bad and catches fire, and the next one goes bad and catches fire. And you can't get to it to put it out because it's typically encased in like a double jacketed steel. So there's a whole bunch of things that we're not ever trained for that's going to be happening. Going back to the substations real quick, every place that has a major energization to recharge these batteries is going to have its own independent substation. Again, Baltimore Gas Electric is going to get ready, BG&E is going to build a $3.7 million substation in the city for the buses. Ocean City is going to have a substation at the city compound behind the public safety building. All this is costing them money. Who's going to pay for it? But this has got to happen everywhere because that's the only way to energize these great big things that we're using, including rail. If they enter, they've got to recharge somewhere. So anyway, just keep that in mind. But what I would do is, to summarize, is if you are in a location that would have any things we've talked about, invite your local power company to come to a meeting or a chief's meeting and pick his brain on what's going on around you. And I've been dealing again with the engineers, the one in Christiana, the one in Denton, Maryland. I've not talked to anybody on the Western Shore. And the director from the Department of Environment told me to tell you this. Get with these guys, develop a partnership, and do what you can to find out what's in your area and what's going to be in your area, because they've got a budget for this. And get it done, because the state of Maryland is heavily pushing this. And they're foreseeing in the next year or so a lot of federal grants coming out from our president really pushing this. And I think it's going to happen quicker than you realize. I never thought I would think that in a year and a half, 175 buses in Baltimore City are going to be fueled by lithium ion. But that's exactly what's going to happen. So that's it, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any questions for the Safety Committee? Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Dan, the high school tech program and then rural water supply and standards, if anybody's here.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't think mine will be quite as long as the safety, but the high school program, there's no written report. Apologize for that, no excuses. There have been no problems that I've heard from any of the counties, and I know the ones in southern Maryland are running fine. I hope to get some one of my problems is I don't have good coordinator information, and I'm going to rely on you all. This time I'll send you an email if I don't hear from you, who's the coordinator for your high school program in the county or counties that you represented, so I can get the information and get a better report for you all last time. So these programs are probably the best recruitment tool that many of us have, and it's good if you don't have one. And an observation that I've made, and maybe it's not accurate, but it seems like as the career systems take off in a county, the high school programs sort of wane. And I guess they don't need them as bad as the volunteers do. So keep that in mind and try to encourage your high school programs if you have one. And I promise to have a better report for you next meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief Dan. Anybody from Rural Water Supply or Standards Committees? Okay, moving right along. See, Bill Hildebrand kind of touched on the personnel group this morning, so I think that's safe. Anybody from Search and Rescue? MCAC? Okay, we're okay on those. We'll keep on running. Let's see what's we fit in today. Awards. Doyle, think we can do our awards today? Program. We got a couple of them here.
There we go. 1, 2, yeah. Okay, the awards committee, everything is running smooth. We're getting ready to have a mail out. It'll probably be going out the first part of February, advertising the different awards and get the nominations in.
Okay, Firefighter of the Year Committee, anything on that?
Oh, that's good.
Hall of Fame. Bobby, anything on Bob Schirmer Committee? Very good. Get them in. Okay, thank you, Bob. Okay. Ronnie? Yes, sir. Yep. In fact, let's go ahead and do that branch while we're there. That'll just knock them all off. Yeah, let's do that branch. Get Tim's branch out of the way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, well, mostly gentlemen, ladies too. Sadly, since the last meeting, I was slowed down considerably by my computers, which were failing me, and we managed to resuscitate them. We put an AED on them and shocked them a couple times, and they brought the pulse back up. And they're working better. I've been around several places throughout the state, a lot of different things going on. I had the opportunity to attend the 150th anniversary celebration at Western Enterprise Fire Department just last week. Excellent program they put together. Quite a few other departments are using more and more using the media to get the stuff out to the people. The only thing I'm going to say about that is that if you get people in your area, tell them, hey, look, don't tell the people about it 3 days before, and don't tell the people 3 days after you had it, which I see that a lot. Oh, it was really great. We had a wonderful thing. But the bottom line is they've already had it. Nobody knew about it till it was done. Get the word out a couple, 3 weeks ahead of time, because most of us are doing all kinds of stuff, and it takes a little bit of time to get things programmed in, okay? And like I say, if the state association plans on giving a plaque or an award or something, you got to have a little time to make the things up. I'd like to offer a tip of the hat to the Carroll County Misfire Prevention people. They're consistently putting out good posts on fire prevention information on the Facebook and several other areas as well. And they do this on a regular basis. It's a good thing, good program, and obviously people are using it. I'd like to congratulate John Dayton on the last issue of the Volunteer Trumpet. Tell him it looked very good. Had an excellent article on the work of Buck Glad here only in the Volunteer Firefighters Room. Some of you all probably don't remember too much about that because it's been a little while since we were doing that. That originally, when it was established, was supposed to eventually be a place for the Maryland State Firemen Association to have their executive committee meetings. And I think we only had 1 or 2 there the whole time because it's a fairly small room. And the parking was a little difficult and everything else, but that was what that was for. It's not there now, obviously. Frank Underwood has done imaginative work to getting the stuff together that they were trying to throw away, and he's taking care of a lot of it for us. I'd just like to mention to all of you, with the coming winter season and the holidays and stuff, not only do we want the people to get their message out for their activities, but talk about fire prevention. This is a very, very dangerous time of the year for our people around us. And we see fires from candles, fires from Christmas trees, fires from heaters, lots of different causes. And we need to be proactive in keeping people at work, because people aren't thinking about this stuff. And you guys know this as well as I do. You got to remind them every once in a while, hey, look, make sure you check all the candles in your house before you go to bed. Make sure you get your heaters away from the stuff that's going to get caught on fire. And that's all I'm going to tell you, except for one more thing, and that's get your damn immunization shots. I don't care how hard-headed you are. You can't beat those germs. You can't see them, so you can't avoid them. You got to get them and taken care of with the shots. There's no point in the world in having these things available to us. And I'll tell you what, you can't put the fires out. You can't rescue the people if you can't get to them. And if you all are laid up with the flu or the COVIDs and everything else, you ain't doing no good for your people. That's all I have, unless anybody has any questions for us.
Okay, questions for Ronnie? Thank you, sir. I know Jonathan's not here today. Hey, he'll be here tomorrow, maybe, or? Okay, so we'll maybe catch him tomorrow. Frank still back here? Historical and Archives? Frank, and then John Denver after Frank.
All right, give you an update on the firefighters wing. Last time we voted to get rid of it. I called my lady that works at the University of Maryland. She goes, no, please don't close it. If you do it, Marriott's going to come in and remodel and tear the whole damn place apart. So the stuff is still in the cabinets. She's offered to help me take care of it. So it still stands that one day it will be eliminated, but to this point we still have it. All right, so that's where that stands. Other than that, update, what I call back in my county when it comes to historical and archives, same old stuff.
Part of it's there, part of it's in Emmitsburg. So we still got all of it somewhere.
Everything that we've ever had has been, some of it's been repurposed and used, as you all know, and nothing goes to waste.
Yeah, we haven't lost anything.
So we're still hanging in there.
Thank you for your diligence, Frank. Thank you. Keep it up on it. John? Marketing and events.
Good afternoon. For the marketing events, there are actually a couple of things coming up. First is the Mako Winter Conference, which is in Cambridge next Wednesday and Thursday. We'll have a booth there. Legislative Chairman, Mr. Phillips, and I will be handling that, so we'll be there. Again, that's that takes a little bit of time, but I think, again, with the session coming up, especially one with as many issues as this one, it's a good place to be. So the other thing, we're preparing for the Ocean City Hotel Motel Restaurant Association, their trade expo, which will be in spring, but we've registered for that. So they're the two things. Any questions on the marketing and events?
Any questions for past President Denver?
Do you want me to go into the reaching the next generation while I'm here? Or?
While you're here, sure.
Okay, we met actually last week, and we discussed the Next Generation Leadership Award, and we believe it's on schedule for being presented at the convention in June. So there's a document that we've worked on called Working with Elected Officials that accompanied my report. What you saw there is it's a still draft, but it's pretty close to finish. There are a couple of typos, but other than that, it's pretty close to finish. It's been pointed out that the logos that we use there don't include the copyright symbol, so we'll get that added, so that's taken care of. If you haven't had a chance to look at it, the reason is that it seems around the state we have fire departments butting heads with their local government, and the idea here was to try to talk about how you avoid that and basically communicate and build relationships. And that's gives a little more detail, but they're the two messages in that. Just communicate and build up that relationship. So that's a video like that. So that's being worked on now, and the help of Jonathan Dayton and Stephen Jenkins is tremendous. So we appreciate what they're both doing. The other thing we discussed is development of the new Reaching the Next Generation web page, and we're discussing, again, circulating kind of lists of what we think should be on there, and then we'll be working with Austin, I believe, on the design of that web page. So several things going on with that. Do you have any questions on any of those?
Thank you, John. Great to be moving forward on that. Any questions for past President Denver? Very good. Thank you, John. Richard, anything on public address system or IT? No, sir. Very good. That knocks off 2 more committees. That's wonderful. Okay. Any committee that will not be here tomorrow needs to report, can't be here tomorrow and can report today or want to report today. We got a couple big ones tomorrow, but we got a hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, strategic initiatives to be there.
One to yours now? Okay, strategic initiative, go right ahead.
I'll call on Steve Cox for the Strategic Planning Steering Committee.
And actually, it's going to be real quick. We're going to call a meeting the first week of January to go over the legislative agenda and talk about that and the way ahead. So you'll get a better report next meeting.
Any questions? Representing Roger Steger, Steve Cox for the Past Presidents Committee. As soon as he finds his notes.
Got to find a report.
Chip, do you have any risk management?
Just the insurance has been renewed so far. So far, so good.
Okay. Eddie?
Past President's report on behalf of our chair, Roger Steger. First of all, we're very, very pleased and happy that President Smothers appointed past President Gene Worthington. Gene was appointed to the Maryland Division of the American Trauma Society to represent MSFA. And Gene, we really appreciate you taking that appointment. And that's basically the report for past presidents.
Okay, thank you, Past President Cox. I believe, looking at what we have left tomorrow, I better stop now because we're still supposed to have a meeting tomorrow, and we do have 2 groups that have to meet tomorrow. So I think we're actually in pretty good timing to go ahead to stop now. Anything from any of the executive committee members that they'd like to bring forward today before we leave?
Sir.
Go ahead, Doug.
I would like to take this opportunity, and I have spoken to the chief chaplain, but I'm going to come before you today to report that our best friend in the legislature and as a member of the legislative committee, Mr. Jim Malone, is back in the hospital. There has been a reoccurrence of the leukemia. He is under strict hospital, doesn't leave, he's taking his medicine and doing everything. So in addition to the chief chaplain asking for prayers, I want to take a personal request for a dear friend of not only mine, but of the MSFA, Jim Malone. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Doug. And certainly our prayers and thoughts stay with Jimmy. He's been a part of us in some way, shape, or form for decades, particularly when he was in the legislature. Where's President Stevens at, or President Dan from Westminster? Oh, from Westminster. Yeah, Plunkett. Yeah, is he still here? Bob, Dan, are we okay leaving stuff here overnight? Okay, leaving our okay. Okay, President Ben. That's President Ben.
Mr. Chairman, one quick thing. I think kudos to Randy. He got another award from the NAACP. He's going to have to build a whole new wing to his home with the awards, but kudos, Randy. It's outstanding.
Absolutely, Randy. That was great. Yeah, I read that too. So thank you very much and congratulations. Anything else that comes before the good of the assembly for today? Okay. Pastor? Oh, go ahead.
Hold on a minute, Chip.
Oh, but wake up, Skip. Sorry about that. I didn't even hit the hammer and he woke up.
For those that are staying tonight, if you want to dine and break some bread, we have reserved room for 20 at O'Lorden's, which is right here on the main street. It's an Irish pub. So I'll get him a Guinness. He'll be all right. We'll just prop him up in the corner. So if anyone wants to partake, we got room for 20 folks, sort of like what we did in Frederick at the Red Horse. So if you want to stop by that. I do want to just touch on one other thing. I know we talked about batteries all day here. I'm still looking for a chair or someone that wants to help get that up and running. That's the only one of the last two committees. So after that, so thanks, Chip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, I want to congratulate Western Enterprise on their 150 years. 150 for Western Enterprise over in Washington County. They had a celebration this week. The President was able to go over.
Mr. President?
Yeah, that's right. He was makes sure I was awake.
Mr. Chairman?
Good.
Those of you who don't know, Snow Hill had double booked us for the next executive committee meeting, and they contacted our president. I just got a phone call from the chief and ironically the president. They have made some changes. If the president, just to let you know, they contacted the auxiliary and they were 100% go for us for Pocomoke Firehouse for February 2nd and 3rd, I think it is, and 3rd and 4th, thank you. And the president asked me about us having a hospitality room at the Delmarva Discovery Museum in Pocomoke on the river, and I just checked with my little spouse who's on the board, and she said, yes, that's a done deal for Friday night, and that's really going to be a treat for those of you who haven't seen it. So the president said to give you everything's go.
Okay. I was going to get to that, but
okay,
because I wasn't sure what was going to happen.
So we're Pocomoke City, looks like?
Yeah, we'll make sure that we make the announcement change. I was just notified of that yesterday evening as I was driving over here. They kind of double scheduled it, and they offered their apologies, which is fine. So it'll be in Pocomoke, as we now know, and like I said, in the reception. So we'll make sure that all that gets posted to the newsletter and to the website, and everything's changed. So it's still on the Eastern Shore, but just a different location. So I appreciate them for letting us know that.
Very good.
So.
Yep. We're lodging in Ocean City?
Yeah, well,
Still working out, okay.
I gotta check with the secretary there. He's the he's the party planner there, so he'll take care of that. So he'll take care of the room. So we'll get something close.
Okay. Anything else before benediction?
I think Skip's got something.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
During the lunch break, I discussed things with the president and the second vice president. I'm running for president. Charlie's running for first vice president. And we ain't got nobody running for second vice president yet. But we decided, we had a nice talk, and we decided that's what I was running for.
Are you sure? Okay.
We're done.
Don't forget, vote for Skip. Okay. That's right. Vote for Skip, not Chip. Okay, Skip. That's who's running. Make sure you get the right one. Okay.
Something about a pip.
Okay. Going downhill quick. We need a reverend. Where are we at? Pastor, thank you very much.
Heavenly Father, we come to you this day thanking you for your love and for your mercy in our lives. I thank you, Lord, for this association, and I pray that you would bless us as we gather for the good of others. Father, we pray for those who are sick or in the hospital. I especially pray for Jimmy Malone and for the influence he has had in my life, and we'll continue to pray for him and bless him that God might heal him. We thank you, Lord, for all that you have done for us, and we pray that as we leave this place that you would give us traveling mercies as we come back tomorrow. Be with us and guide us. In the name of Jesus, we ask these things. Amen.
Amen. We stand recessed till tomorrow.